over the house. And never fill your feed with kid photos. You'd never plan your life around their schedule. Never lick your thumb to clean their face. And you'd never let them leave the house looking like less than their best. You say you'd never put a pacifier in your mouth to clean it. Never let them stay up too late. And never let them run wild through the grocery store.
Peanuts on aisle 6 and aisle 3.
So when you say you'd never let them get into a car without you there, no, it can happen. 1 in 4 hot car deaths happen when a kid gets into an unlocked car and can't get out. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The word father means a lot to me. Being that support system for them, and as a man, that's important in a child's life. I think men can be a little stubborn sometimes where they may want the help, they may not know how to ask. It's hard for a man to speak his emotions. Those tears, they mean something. You know, wrap away, tears are water and water is life. And when you shed those tears, that's love. That's real love. Sometimes as dads, I think we're too hard on ourselves. Life can come at you really quick and it can be really tough at times. But then you put that one foot in front of the other and you keep doing the right thing. Slowly that voice goes away, you know. Wrap away, you gotta pray for yourself as well as for everybody else, but never forget yourself.
Never stop being a dad. That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Thanks for joining us. A Michigan woman is celebrating her 114th birthday tomorrow. USA Today profiled Bonita Gibson, a resident at Waltonwood Carriage Park just outside Detroit. She's part of a small population of super centenarians in the U.S., or someone who's at least 110 years old. Born in Hoxie, Kansas, grew up in rural Missouri, lived through the Spanish flu pandemic. A representative for Waltonwood says as a child she survived the mumps, measles, and whooping cough. Most recently, she survived COVID, making her one of the oldest known survivors of the disease. Gibson drove until she was 99, took her first plane ride at 100, flying to San Diego, a lifelong dream of hers. Gibson told USA Today some of the keys to living such a long life include eating potatoes, healthy eating in general, staying positive and always smiling, and no smoking or drinking. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Dom Savino, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Do you know a woman who gives her all to the sports and events community? One who encourages diversity and meaningful conversations about growth? Someone who empowers those around her to be the best they can be, or who's working to make the industry better for the next generation? She's a positive role model, a mentor. If so, it's time to celebrate her with the Women in Inspiration Award. Seattle Sports is partnering with the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events. We're looking to recognize a woman in our community, and we need your help finding her. Nominations are now open at woiseattle.org. The winner will not only receive the recognition they deserve, but will also receive a cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Nominations close July 11th, so get yours in today. Let's celebrate women in the world of sports and events. Submit your nominations at woiseattle.org. That's woiseattle.org for the 2025 Women of Inspiration Award. Nominate today at woiseattle.org.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Home stretch for Trump budget bill.
GOP leaders work to try to round up the necessary votes.
Holiday travel push.
You could be running into delays on the roads. You could be running into delays at the airport.
missing after fireworks blast.
I'm praying to God that they're alive.
Good morning, I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, House Republicans are poised to pass President Trump's big budget bill ahead of his 4th of July deadline. It includes big tax cuts and slashes health and nutrition programs. Correspondent Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill.
The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
A big breakthrough for the big, beautiful bill, advanced in the House on party lines.
America's ready for a rebirth, and we're going to deliver it. President Trump is at the helm now. It's a new day.
Every single Democrat stands in strong opposition to this bill because we're standing up for the American people.
The GOP mega bill was considered after a day of delays as Republican leaders and the White House worked to win over key holdouts who oppose the Senate's changes to the measure.
Those meetings are having a big impact. Members are moving to yes. Donald Trump is the best closer in the business, and we're going to get it done.
After months of work in both chambers, President Trump's signature legislation is now poised to become law, with boosts to border security and ICE enforcement, increases in defense spending, and an extension of his 2017 tax cuts. That includes an increase in the child tax credit, a $1,000 savings account for newborns, plus no taxes on tips and overtime.
The one big, beautiful bill is for the people who don't have lobbyists in this town. The folks who work hard, play by the rules, and ask only for a fair shot.
But it also implements new work requirements and other reforms for safety net programs like food stamps and Medicaid. The Congressional Budget Office estimates the Medicaid cuts alone could total roughly $930 billion, with at least 11.8 million people at risk of losing their health coverage.
Millions of us are on the move for the Independence Day holiday with an eye on the weather. Here's CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
This morning, the nation's airlines are hoping the 4th of July holiday will bring some independence from the severe storms along the East Coast that have delayed and canceled thousands of flights since Friday.
We can't fly back to Norfolk. There are no flights available.
American Airlines expects Sunday to be its busiest day of the entire summer.
July 4th is the peak of the peak.
Airline industry analyst Henry Hartevelt.
The big concerns I have are the weather and air traffic control. Will the system hold up?
So the weather, which is a constant, and this year it's the FAA.
If any one of those two things fail, the system could go kablooey.
The TSA is planning to screen more than 18.5 million people around the July 4th holiday. Lori Jones and her son were leaving Los Angeles for a quick trip to Washington, D.C.
My son is in Inglewood High School band, and they're going to be in the Independence Day Parade.
How exciting is that?
He's very excited.
AAA projects nearly 62 million will drive, finding gas prices on average about 33 cents a gallon cheaper than last year.
Haven't hit too much traffic.
The Reuter family was gassing up outside Denver on their drive from Tucson to Minneapolis.
So we're trying to get there by the 3rd so we can enjoy the 4th.
Sean Diddy Combs is still behind bars the day after a federal jury acquitted him on the most serious charges at his trial, racketeering and sex trafficking. He was convicted on 2 lesser prostitution-related counts. Legal analyst Lori Levinson says a push for his release failed.
The prosecutors argued that Sean Diddy Combs should not be released on bond pending his sentencing because, in fact, he's been convicted of a crime of violence. And in particular, in his case, where there's a videotape of the domestic violence, where there was testimony regarding violence, where there's a letter by the victims saying that they're afraid and they're afraid for the community at large, the court appropriately said no bond pending the sentencing.
Sentencing has been scheduled for October 3rd. Now to Chicago, where 4 people were killed and 14 injured in a drive-by shooting outside a restaurant and lounge. CBS News Chicago's Darius Johnson.
3 shooters pulled up in a black SUV and opened fire as people were leaving an album release party, as many of them were pouring out of this lounge.
No arrests have been made. 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
There's a search and an investigation after the massive explosion and fire at a fireworks warehouse in Northern California. This woman's boyfriend and his 2 brothers are among 7 people now listed as missing.
I'm praying to God that they're alive, that maybe they just need medical attention. Maybe they're stuck, maybe they're stranded without able to communicate for help.
It's not clear if those missing worked at the warehouse or lived nearby. 15 people on board a small skydiving plane were injured when it went off a runway and crashed in a wooded area at an airport in Williamstown, New Jersey.
The injuries have varied from minor to critical. Many patients coming out of the aircraft were covered in jet fuel, so a decon area was established by fire and hazmat crews.
Andrew Halter of the local police says federal authorities have been brought in to investigate. Now to Idaho, where Brian Koberger pleaded guilty yesterday to the 2022 stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students, part of a plea deal that will spare him the death penalty. CBS's Carter Evans.
Koberger will be back in court on July 23rd to be formally sentenced, and that's when the victims' family members will be able to speak to him directly to tell him how these killings have impacted their lives. But because this case will never go to trial, we may never get an answer to the biggest question: why did he brutally murder these 4 college students?
The New York Times reports senior Justice Department officials are exploring whether they can bring criminal charges against state or local election officials if the Trump administration determines they've not sufficiently safeguarded their computer systems. The paper says the effort, which is still in its early stages, is not based on new evidence, data, or legal authority. Billboard is out with the 25 biggest one-hit wonders of the 21st century.
Sometimes I think about you.
Heat Waves by Glass Animals tops the list. It spent 5 weeks at the top of the charts in 2022 after more than a year-long climb. Daniel Powter's Bad Day was number 2, dating back to 2006. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
3,000 strikeouts for L.A. Dodgers lefty Clayton Kershaw. Last night, he became just the 20th pitcher in MLB history to hit the milestone. A popular children's spot has expanded.
Chuck E. Cheese has opened an arcade for grown-ups called Chuck's Arcade. They feature a combo of new games and the classics as well. Just like with the original, players win tickets and can trade them in for prizes, and there will still be the iconic animatronic characters, but they won't be performing, just standing guard instead. So far, there are 10 Chuck's Arcades open now in malls across the country, but the company says they have more locations on the horizon. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Del Monte Foods has filed for bankruptcy. The 139-year-old company is known for its canned fruits and vegetables. That's the roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Dramatic moments in a Boise courtroom Wednesday as Brian Koberger pleaded guilty. KIRO News Radio Scott Carty has details.
It wasn't what some family members of victims wanted to hear, but it's what they knew to be true. Wearing a gray dress shirt and a dark gray tie, Brian Koberger pleaded guilty to killing 4 University of Idaho students.
The murder of Madison Mogan, guilty. For the murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, guilty. First-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, guilty. Ethan Chapin, guilty.
Moments before, Latah County prosecuting attorney Bill Thompson outlined the evidence they have to prove Koberger's guilt, including a thumbs-up bathroom selfie Koberger took in the hours after the murders. Sentencing is set for July 23rd. Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Raul Benitez Santana will spend more than a decade behind bars for the death of a Washington state trooper, Christopher Gadd. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch was in court and has this report.
Benitez Santana was convicted of vehicular homicide and vehicular assault for striking Trooper Gadd's vehicle while he was sitting on the shoulder of I-5 in March of last year. He was facing between 8 and 10 years in prison. Here's Trooper Gadd's mother, Jillian Gadd, speaking before the maximum sentence was handed down.
His actions and behaviors cannot be overlooked. Allowing him to remain in general society poses a threat to all people of Washington state.
Jillian Gadd told the court she continues to pray for Benitez Santana's family. In Everett, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
In Tacoma, the family of Manny Ellis is speaking out after reaching a $6 million settlement with the city. Ellis, a 33-year-old black man, died in police custody in 2020 after being tased, hogtied, and restrained. Ellis's mother, Marcia Carter Patterson, tells KIRO 7 TV,
"Money will never, ever be enough to bring my son back when all I have is the cemetery to go to."
In 2022, Pierce County paid $4 million to the family. Though the officers involved were acquitted, the family says the pain remains. A wild police chase ended in an unexpected catch thanks to a fisherman.
This guy's going to help let us use his boat.
Police say a 32-year-old fled a hit and run in Pierce County, leading officers on a 30-mile high-speed pursuit down I-5. When his car stopped near Centralia, the suspect bolted into the Chehalis River. Then a fisherman offered his boat to help officers reel in the suspect.
No one's trying to kill you, man. Get up on land right now. No one's trying to kill your dog. Here, grab this rope.
The suspect now faces charges of DUI and attempting to elude police. A Steilacoom couple is headed to prison for leading a violent drug ring tied to Aryan prison gangs. Jesse Bailey was sentenced to 17 and a half years. His wife, Candace, a former prison guard, got 5. Prosecutors say they were key members of a multi-state operation trafficking meth and fentanyl, laundering monies, and stockpiling weapons, including a fully automatic machine gun. The FBI seized over 170 guns, kilos of drugs, and hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. There's a new search for Jonathan Hong, the 21-year-old with autism who went missing 3 months ago. His family searched Juanita Beach Park yesterday. KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss spoke with the family.
People joining together in the search for Jonathan Wong, thanks to a new clue, security video, which Jonathan's family believes shows him walking through a Kirkland neighborhood last week on Monday.
My parents and I watched it, and it looks like Jonathan. It really looks like the way that he walks, the way he carries himself, the way he holds himself. We're both hopeful, but also it's also hard because it's been over a week and he could be anywhere.
Jonathan's sister, Irene, says she's even more convinced this is her 21-year-old autistic brother on Northeast 114th Lane because it's an address similar to the family's home in Arlington.
Burn bans are now in place across much of western Washington. King County's Stage 1 ban started Monday for unincorporated areas. You can still have a campfire, but only in a metal or concrete pit, and the firewood must be dry and seasoned. The county says hot, dry weather is drying out vegetation very fast. Snohomish County's ban started July 1st and runs through the end of August. In Pierce County, the annual burn ban has been in place since June. Many cities like Everett and Linwood already ban outdoor burning year-round. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Right now, Tacoma to Seattle, about 23 minutes. Puyallup to Renton, 18. Renton to Bellevue, about 15 minutes. Everett to Seattle, about 23. And for your forecast, morning clouds and some spotty drizzle early on with sunshine this afternoon. We'll see even more sunshine tomorrow with increasing clouds later in the day. Right now, it's about 54 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland shares his thoughts on the likelihood of upcoming ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
You listen to the John Curley Show every afternoon? What does John listen to every morning?
I listen to Charlie and Manda, get my pot of coffee going, then turn on Seattle's Morning News, and I begin to build my show that way. And you want straight news without opinion, just giving it to you with the facts. There's only one place to go, Seattle's Morning News.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute. Seattle's Morning News and the John Curley Show on KIRO News Radio. Download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gordon Christensen, and if you're a dentist as I am, or you know a dentist, please take a moment to listen. When I became a dentist, I learned how quickly poor oral health can lead to other serious health problems. And for people without access to care, these problems can spiral very quickly. I wanted to help, but I wasn't sure how I could until I joined Dental Lifeline Network. It's a nonprofit that has helped us literally change the lives of people in our communities. DLN asked dentists to volunteer to see just one of the many patients in need in your area. It's very simple. DLN screens those in need and coordinates an initial appointment that takes place in the comfort of the dentist's own office and on their schedule. Right now, there's a wait list for patients in need in your community. I'm asking fellow dentists who will join me in seeing one patient per year.
Learn more about Dental Lifeline Network at willyouseeone.org. That's willyouseeone.org.
Experience the thrill of seeing orcas and humpback whales with Puget Sound Express. Join their family-run tours for guaranteed whale sightings, departing daily from Edmonds. These are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Book now at PugetSoundExpress.com.
When the heat's an 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
dayandnight.net. Some AC you'll be loving
when your house is an oven.
dayandnight.net.
Northwest summers are beautiful, but there's always a long, hot stretch that makes everyone say, man, AC sure would be nice. Well, except for that one annoying friend who won't stop talking about how great his AC is. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't sweat through another summer. Have Day and Night keep your house cool and comfortable by installing a high-efficiency AC or heat pump. Or if you have an existing system, we'll come and service it. Make sure it's running efficiently and ready to cool when you need it.
When the summer is cooking,
we're the place to be looking.
dayandnight.net. Stay cool this summer with Day and Night. Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
dayandnight.net.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974, this is KIRO News Radio.
Conflict continues in the Middle East this week as President Trump claims Israel has agreed to take the conditions of a 60-day ceasefire with Hamas. And meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister says he's doubtful that talks between the U.S. and Iran will take place anytime soon.
Joining us now to break it all down is CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland. Nice to have you with us again, Jeff. Let's start in Gaza. Does it look like this 60-day ceasefire will actually happen?
Remains to be seen, Amanda. We haven't seen any formal response by Hamas to this proposal that Mr. Trump is talking about. And, of course, both sides, Hamas and Israel, seem to be far apart. The Israelis have continued to insist on the total destruction of Hamas and the exodus of any Hamas members from the Gaza Strip.
Hamas, in reverse, has argued that there must be an end to the particular conflict and a full withdrawal of all Israeli forces from Gaza. In the last couple of days, we have seen an intensification by the Israelis on the offensive in Gaza with more displacement orders for Palestinians and additional airstrike.
Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu is making his way to the United States. Does that play a role in this on the decision here?
It certainly could, because Netanyahu is making, which is now his third trip to the United States this year, which is pretty amazing. And it comes in the aftermath of what appears at least to have been a successful military operation by Israel and subsequently the United States in the attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities. So he's coming in kind of on a high. In fact, many people believe that his popularity has improved in Israel to the point that he may be able to cut a deal and not be as dependent on many of the extreme, more right-wing people in his cabinet to maintain office, and therefore may call for early elections.
Moving on to the topic of Iran, we mentioned Iran's foreign minister is not so optimistic that talks between the U.S. and Iran will happen, but President Trump claims they could resume as soon as this week. What do you think?
Well, clearly that's the next step, and it remains to be seen what the Iranian leadership's going to, in fact, do, Amanda. You know, in the aftermath of this particular series of attacks, it does appear that we did significant damage to Iranian enrichment facilities and set back their program some period of time. But there needs to be a negotiation now to lock this into a longer-term agreement that may bring greater stability to the region. But the Iranians, I think, now are trying to recover from the loss of a lot of their leadership as well as destruction to facilities. And they really have two choices. Choice number one would be to move towards negotiations and some kind of accommodation with the United States and the West that might release economic assets held up due to the sanctions, improve their overall economy. Or number two, double down and say, no, we're going to try now to accelerate our efforts to acquire a nuclear weapon, believing that we need that to ultimately deter the United States and Israel from future attacks. For the moment, at least, they're trying to, I think, to obscure what's going on, figuring that they need to figure out where they're at before they figure out where they're going to go next. And they have announced, even prior to this, Charlie, that the IAEA inspectors would not be allowed in, and they, in fact, ended all cooperation with the IAEA, to include even phone calls on what is happening. The real question is going to be whether or not Iran formally departs from the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which the IAEA, obviously, inspectors are a large portion of that particular effort. And furthermore, we've seen the Iranians cracking down on internal security, making a number of arrests for Iranians who believe were cooperating with the Israelis. So I think it's just a moment of freezing things in place till they figure out where they're at and make that decision whether to try to move towards negotiations or move towards an acceleration of their program.
Jeff, you're such a serious guy. What do you do to celebrate on the 4th of July?
Well, normally I go for a long bike ride on the 4th of July, to tell you the truth. And believe it or not, what I've done every year, Charlie, is I do a long bike ride on the Gettysburg battlefield, which is about 20 miles from my house. And for some odd reason, I haven't figured out why, early in the morning it's enormously quiet. And it seems to me a delightful place to start the 4th of July.
Jeff, that's not really the question Charlie wanted to ask you.
All right, Jeff. It's Friday, 4th of July, you're barbecuing. Do you consider a hot dog a sandwich?
Oh, man, a hot dog is a hot dog.
Thank you. I knew you were a smart man.
Come on, Charlie. A hot dog is a hot dog.
Happy 4th of July week. Thanks for joining us this morning. CBS military analyst Jeff McCausland.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got some low cloud coverage right now this morning, but we'll have sunshine underway for this afternoon. Highs will be in the 70s, and we've got more sunshine on the way tomorrow. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, G. Scott stops by to share his thoughts on the latest round of Microsoft layoffs. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick-and-mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877 or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
He was the heart of your family, and he taught you our history. He helped you fix your first flat. He was the best backyard DJ around, and every time he'd tell a story, he'd own the room. But now more than ever, he may feel alone. Today, older adults and their loved ones are struggling to connect, in a time when connection has never been more important. But there is something we can do. Embrace our older loved ones through StoryCorps Connect. With StoryCorps Connect, you can honor seniors remotely with an interview about their life. Every interview will be archived at the Library of Congress, becoming part of American history, so that years from now, future generations can listen in.
All right, Grandpa, what's one piece of advice you have for me?
Just 3 words, sweetheart. Live with courage. The man that had the best stories still has plenty of stories to tell. So connect virtually and share the conversation of a lifetime at StoryCorpsConnect.org/AARP. Connect, honor, share. StoryCorps Connect. A message from AARP, StoryCorps, and the Ad Council.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Your local volunteer fire department routinely answers the call, whether it be a fire, traffic accident, or a cat stuck in a tree. But because of declines in memberships, departments have become understaffed. Your local volunteer fire department desperately needs you. Can you direct traffic, install a smoke alarm, help at a fundraiser? No matter what skills you have, you can make a difference. You don't have to fight fire to be a volunteer. Will you answer the call? For more information on how you can help, visit the Volunteer Firefighter Alliance at supportvfa.org.
4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients. Join us at Life in Color, a brunch auction and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville for an unforgettable afternoon celebrating 25 years of hope and support. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th at nwhopeandhealing.org. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
It's a bully, but we aren't afraid of a fight. It's elusive, but our focus never fades. It's deadly, but we were born to defeat cancer. You may not have heard of us, but our work has helped millions impacted by cancer. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. We are leaders in advancing breakthroughs in immunotherapy, genomics, and personalized medicine. This research saves lives. After 65 years of fighting blood cancers, we've arrived at a game-changing belief. The cures for cancer are in our blood. The drugs and treatments we've developed for blood cancers have helped people affected by many different types of cancers. We are the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Beating cancer is in our blood. Learn more at LLS.org.
Good afternoon, I'm Aaron Granillo.
Your best source for local news.
Newly released police video shows the arrest of a 17-year-old.
KIRO Newsradio.
There are 6 markets you can place your money in. Research suggests it's better to have exposure to all 6 markets. Don't miss a potential opportunity because you didn't strategically diversify your assets. Hi, Jeff here with Madrona Financial and CPAs. Request your no-cost Madrona analysis today and discover what you may be missing in your portfolio. Call 833-673-7373 right now to request your analysis. That's 833-673-7373.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking, now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Shelley Flace with today's tip for kids from the American Academy of Pediatrics. If you own firearms, it's your responsibility to make sure they're always stored safely. Hiding them in a closet or drawer is not enough. Kids know where they are. Research shows the risk of injury and death is lower if guns are stored unloaded and locked up, with the ammunition locked in a separate place. This is important when children are young, as well as when they grow into teenagers. For more, talk with your pediatrician or visit healthychildren.org.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. The House is expected to vote on President Trump's tax and spending cuts package today. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries has been speaking for hours to hold up the bill that the GOP is trying to push through. CBS's Nicole Killian reports the bill cuts Medicaid funding for millions.
The Congressional Budget Office estimates the Medicaid cuts alone could total roughly $930 billion, with at least 11.8 million people at risk of losing their health coverage.
This bill is a middle finger to working people.
If this bill passes, many of the tax cuts in this package would likely take effect as soon as this year, although some of the provisions, like no taxes on tips or overtime, are only temporary.
For over 2 years, Brian Kohberger denied fatally stabbing 4 University of Idaho students near campus back in 2022. But Wednesday, he pled guilty to avoid the death penalty. KIRO News Radio Scott Carty has more.
After more than 2.5 years, the Latah County prosecuting attorney was able to lay out evidence that Brian Kohberger was guilty. Bill Thompson was emotional as he read their names.
Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz.
In the Boise courtroom, Judge Stephen Hippler asked multiple questions to ensure Kohberger was willingly pleading guilty and fully understanding the circumstances. Kohberger answered yes. And then he admitted his guilt one by one for 1 count of burglary and 4 counts of murder. He'll be sentenced July 23rd. Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
If you're traveling for the holiday weekend, prepare for big backups, especially during peak times, both on land and water. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors dives into the ferry numbers.
400,000 passengers are expected to travel by ferry between Wednesday and Sunday. Ferry spokesperson Justin Fujioka says they're adding a vessel to help alleviate some of the long waits.
Starting on Friday, we're going to hit that 18th boat mark for the first time since pre-pandemic. When we add back a second boat to our Port Townsend Coopville route for Friday, Saturday, Sundays, and Mondays through October 13th.
That is one of the busiest routes during summer, and it is one of only 2 routes that allow drivers to get reservations. The other route is the Anacortes San Juans. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Blood banks are hoping you'll consider it your patriotic duty to donate blood for Independence Day. KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch explains.
The need for blood donations is constant, says Juan Cotto of BloodWorks.
The number one surgical procedure is still blood transfusions. I believe that one happens every 2 seconds in the United States.
He says hospitals often require more blood during the summer, with Americans traveling and engaging in more activities.
We see an increase in accidents.
In fact, he says the time between Memorial Day and Labor Day is often referred to as the trauma season, or the 100 deadliest days.
We want to make sure that if there is a situation where a person needs blood, that it's available for them.
Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Cal Raleigh is making more history, becoming the Mariners' first catcher to be named All-Star starter.
His magical season continues. He's a walking, talking history book. It is the season of Cal Raleigh.
He leads the majors with 33 home runs. This is his first All-Star selection, and he'll also swing for the fences in the Home Run Derby with his dad pitching. Now to your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Just cleared a disabled vehicle. It was partially blocking the on-ramp to 167 to northbound 405. We still have some backups in the area. Otherwise, Issaquah to Seattle about 17 minutes right now. Federal Way to Seattle about 28. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got some morning clouds, some spotty drizzle early on, but sunshine this afternoon. High still low lower than expected. They'll be in the low 70s. We'll see even more sunshine tomorrow with some increasing clouds later in the day. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
G. Scott from the G and Ursula Show joins us. Good morning, G.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Hello.
All right, so let me get to it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to simplify this for everyone that is listening. The more intelligent that your company becomes, the fewer humans it will need. Think about that for a second. Microsoft is once again back in the news talking about a massive layoff. They're cutting around 9,100 globally, and here at home, here locally, 2,290 here in the Seattle area. So this cut will represent 4% of its workforce. When I read this, it really gives me pause. It really makes me start to think, what really will this world be like within the next 2 years? I used to always bring up, guys, 5 years or 10 years. I don't think we got that kind of time. We're talking about 2 years. We just started talking about AI in like February of 2023. Right now, there's somebody, hey, it's my wife's birthday today. I need to say something nice and different in the car. ChatGPT, what's up, right? Hey, I'm having problems in my marriage. I can't afford to go and get therapy. Hey, ChatGPT, what's up, right? So when I read this, I'm not trying to be funny today. I think that while technology is always great, always fascinating and intriguing, it is also scary. And to that point that I made about the more intelligent your company becomes, the less humans it will need.
I just think it's moving too fast. You're not kidding. In 2 years, things will look different than they do today.
Yeah.
What would you tell your kid if he comes up and he says, Dad, what kind of career should I go into?
Glad you said that. Go be a psychiatrist. Go in that field. Mental health is going to be crazy. Right. Let me ask this. If I ask you what your summers, and I'm talking to Sully, I'm talking to Amanda, and I'm talking to Charlie right now, what your summers look like, if I ask you, did it involve bikes? You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Did it involve drinking out of a water hose?
Yeah.
Did it involve being out all day where you didn't see your parents one time?
Mm-hmm.
I say that to say this. Do you all know what was happening during that time? We learned everything. We learned conflict resolution skills. We learned how to communicate. We learned how to talk to different people and meet each other and introduce it. Like, we did all of these things outside. Now, most kids, their summers, Minecraft. Right now, my granddaughter is on Minecraft and Pokemon cards, and she doesn't want to go outside and all those things. And so there's a lot of kids that are just coming up in a world where they aren't learning the tools that they need. So back to it. Those folks go to trade school. Right? Go learn to be a plumber. Go learn to be an electrician. Go learn how to talk to people. Go learn how to communicate. If you can go in those fields, you have a job.
Coming up, we'll have a check of national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Independence Day, when we celebrate this great nation of ours and the many reasons we're grateful to call ourselves Americans. Freedom, liberty, time spent with friends and loved ones, and way too many burgers and hot dogs to keep count of. Wishing you a safe and happy 4th of July from KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM, mynorthwest.com, and the KIRO News Radio app.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales event starts this Saturday. Find incredible savings on select new homes through July 20th. Learn more and find a community near you at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net. Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net. Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust. DayandNight.net.
If you've been thinking about surgery or even joint replacement, here's something to consider. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've talked to over 100 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and many of them have told me about life-changing results. Their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, and they're back to hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids and the grandkids, and they're doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician. He has over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So, listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
When someone hears the words, "You have cancer," it's one of the darkest moments in their life. Light the Night brings light to the darkness of cancer by uniting survivors, patients, and supporters in the cause to end cancer. Friends, families, and coworkers form a community of hope, raising funds in support of the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Together, we walk with lanterns held high to light the path to cures. Last year alone, the FDA approved 18 new drug therapies and treatments to treat blood cancers. The impact of LLS-supported research goes beyond blood cancer. The discoveries made in blood cancer research have led to breakthrough treatments for many cancers and other serious diseases. When we walk, cancer runs. Join the movement to end cancer today. Visit us at lightthenight.org.
I always say, know where your food comes from. And for the best tasting food, choose locally fresh. Hartley here from Wilcox Family Farms. When you choose food from local family farmers like Wilcox, you support the local economy with jobs and promote environmental sustainability. Wilcox is committed to organic, humane practices that keep our hens healthy and help preserve the land. So, our family can keep on producing great eggs for another 100 years. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
If you have aging parents, you've probably worried about their bathroom. That old tub? It's a slip and a disaster waiting to happen. Hi, this is Ursula Royteen. With Bathfitter, you can convert it into a walk-in shower, custom fit, installed in just one day, and backed by a lifetime warranty. No mess, no demo, just a safer, better bathroom. Call Bathfitter today or visit bathfitternw.com to schedule your free consultation. And right now, take advantage of 0% interest for 24 months.
CBS News Brief. House lawmakers are now debating the president's budget bill before a final vote. Democratic Representative Brendan Boyle has big concerns.
Record cuts to Medicaid, record cuts to the Affordable Care Act, record cuts to Medicare.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise.
They don't want to give people back their money. They want to keep that power in Washington. That's really what's at stake here. That's the big fight.
A judge denied bond for Sean Diddy Combs after he was convicted of prostitution offenses. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
The prosecutors argued in a brief letter to the court that Sean Diddy Combs should not be released on bond pending his sentencing because, in fact, he's been convicted of a crime of violence.
He was acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering charges. And a deadly drive-by shooting outside a Chicago nightclub. At least 3 people were killed, 16 others injured as they left the club after an album release party. CBS News Brief. I'm Stacey Lynn.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, morning clouds and some spotty drizzle early on with sunshine this afternoon. Highs will be in the low 70s. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Washington State Representative and Democrat Susan DelBene joins Seattle Morning News to discuss why she plans to vote against President Trump's big, beautiful bill. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
Don't miss tomorrow's 4th of July celebration at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners take on the Pirates at 1:10, and the first 10,000 fans will get a patriotic trucker hat. Then the fun continues with J.P. Crawford basketball jersey night Saturday at 7:10, when the first 15,000 fans score a one-of-a-kind jersey. Tickets at mariners.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
President Trump's big, beautiful bill has passed through the Senate. It's headed back to the House now for another round of voting before being placed on the president's desk for a final signature.
And one of the members of Congress set to vote on the new version of the bill is Democratic Representative Susan Delbene, who joins us now. Good morning. I'm imagining you don't think this is a big, beautiful bill.
Absolutely not. This is a big, extremely ugly bill. It would be incredibly damaging to people across the country and definitely people in our region, taking away health care from millions of people, taking away food assistance, meaning folks aren't getting basic healthy meals, kids aren't getting basic healthy meals, energy costs going up. There's just many, many terrible, ugly things in this bill. I'm going to absolutely be voting against it and working hard to do everything I can to prevent it from moving forward.
What are some of the key differences between this new version of the bill and the one the House pushed through earlier?
Well, I think the two big differences, there's a lot of little differences, but the big differences are they had even greater cuts to Medicaid. Now, instead of 14 million people being kicked off of health care, now 17 million people across the country would lose health care. And the impact on the debt would even be greater, over $4 trillion now with this bill. So they took a terrible bill and made it even worse if that was possible.
Now, the president says it's a good thing with this bill because there will be no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, something working Americans need.
I think the Republicans are doing everything they can to distract folks from what this bill does. This bill gives tax breaks to the wealthiest and the well-connected. It cuts health care, devastates millions of people in terms of their access to health care across the country. It close rural hospitals, raise energy costs. The number one issue that folks have been talking about recently, and frankly, even in the last election, was affordability, the cost of housing, of food, of childcare, of health care, energy costs. There is nothing in this bill that helps working families. It will be devastating to our communities and, again, just increase the debt tremendously, putting that on our kids. So there's nothing good about this. And you've heard a lot of Republicans say that, too. But they don't want to talk to their constituents about it, and even Republicans who know how terrible this bill is just fall in line with Donald Trump. And we'll probably see that again later today.
Is there anything in this bill that you see as positive?
This bill will be damaging to our country and damaging to our communities. There's nothing about this bill that will help our communities. We have to be strong and stand up against it and actually fight for policies that do lower costs, fight for policies that help address housing costs and build more affordable housing, help us address the cost of food. There's this bill, but there's also the tariffs that have impacted our communities, the impact of these cuts from DOGE that have slashed programs that people in our communities rely on. That's where our focus needs to be.
Representative Del Bene, you've been in Congress for a few terms now. What I've noticed about this term of Congress is very few bills have been passed. Could you maybe talk to us about how unusual that is?
Well, in order to pass legislation, we need to bring people together and build coalitions. Republicans have a microscopic majority in the House of Representatives, and if they were interested in moving legislation, I think there would be an opportunity to do things in a bipartisan way that actually improve things and help our communities. That is not their interest at all. This bill, they're kind of jamming everything into this bill, doing it in an extremely partisan way, and there's no interest in actually working across the aisle or actually putting together long-term policy that will help our communities. That's incredibly unfortunate. And I think the number one way we get to where we need to be is make sure we're electing people across the country who are going to put their communities first and who are going to come to Washington, D.C. to govern for the people, not just blindly fall in line with Donald Trump.
How would you describe the mood on Capitol Hill these days?
It is very divisive. Republicans are struggling. You hear them talk about how they don't love this bill either, but they still are going to fall in line and vote for it. And they're not doing town halls. They're not out meeting with their communities. They want to distract from this bill. They're not focused on what they're hearing from the communities. And millions of people across the country have raised their voices and been very clear. This bill would be devastating to their communities, devastating to healthcare across the country. We have an opportunity to do so much better, and the American people know that.
How concerned are you about the economy right now? We just had a less than stellar jobs report this morning, and you have indicated that you're concerned about what Medicare impacts might have on people who don't have a lot of money.
Well, across the board, we've seen the impact of tariffs raising costs, having a strong impact on our communities already. A lot of businesses in our community that export products, talking about how they're being tariffed out of business. That impacts jobs in our communities as well. Our farmers are hurt because of this. Now you add on this piece of legislation that will raise energy costs, take away health care, cause rural hospitals in our region to close, more people to use the emergency room for primary care. Not only do people lose health insurance, but for those who still have it, their premiums will go up. So access will be harder, health care will be more expensive. So you add cuts to nutrition programs. Over and over, we're doing everything that Republicans are looking at doing is going to hurt families and hurt working families. That has a huge impact on our economy as well. So this isn't, the president and Republicans aren't interested in building a long-term economy that works for everyone. That should be our priority, and yet every policy they put in place has gone against that.
The president says he wants this all resolved by the holiday on Friday. Do you see that happening?
I think for him, it's just he wants a marketing opportunity. This isn't about doing something to stand up for the American people. It is terrible that Republicans, instead of actually reading the bill, seeing what is in it and talking to their communities and voting with their communities, because you talk to folks across the country, and polling after poll after poll after poll shows people are strongly against this bill. If they were listening, they'd be less worried about getting this bill done because the president wants it done, and more about standing up for their communities, reading the bill, and voting against it.
All right. Representative Susan Del Bene, a Democrat, and has this bill on blast. Representative, thanks for your time this morning.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, we've got some low clouds this morning, but sunshine on the way. Temperatures will be in the low 70s. Right now, it's about 53 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
A KIRO News Radio exclusive on Seattle's Morning News.
Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell running for re-election. On the issue of crime, people in Belltown are saying it's the worst they've ever seen it.
I take the feedback, so I don't say you're wrong. But the fact is that the data would sort of refute some of that. Am I satisfied with the progress we've made? Absolutely not. You don't want a mayor that says, oh yeah, everything is safe. So you're going to continue to see a very aggressive approach.
Watch the full interview on the KIRO News Radio YouTube page or download the KIRO News Radio app.
Summer is fast approaching, and it's a great time to get ready for the busy season with help from WaFd Bank.
That's right, Dave. And WaFd Bank offers Collect Early to Do It, which opens cash flow for things you need, like hiring summer staff or adding inventory. Collect Early helps you get your invoices paid in hours, not weeks. You'll also get access to other services to efficiently run your business, like projection programs for income and expenses, so you can focus on what really powers your business, your customers.
That sounds like a pretty helpful tool, Brad, because cash flow can be an issue for small businesses. So how does that work again?
With Collect Early, you don't wait weeks to get your invoices paid. It works with just about any invoicing software. So all you need to do is drag and drop to get funds deposited in your WaFd account and use it to help run your business.
Getting paid in hours, not weeks, the way nature intended. Go to wafdbank.com or visit your local branch. Discover why they were awarded Best Bank 3 years in a row. WaFd Bank, built for business. Member FDIC.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event this Saturday, July 5th through July 20th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving when your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC.
Dayandnight.net.
Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
Terry is an athlete. He's also 57 years old.
I've been doing marathons and triathlons since 1990.
And that's not all.
I started playing baseball last year, and when the season was done, my knees were just shot.
Terry suffered from a torn meniscus and cartilage damage, and that's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
My wife says, "You're walking faster today." And I went, "Oh my God, I am."
Does it look like you'll be drafted for the next season?
Well, I'm already 2 games in to the new season, so I'm thrilled.
And just how thrilled is he?
So I'm a high school teacher, and I tell all my students, if any of your parents have bad knees, stem cell works.
Look at that. A true evangelist now, huh?
Yeah.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Every 2 minutes, an American is sexually assaulted. Be the someone who gives their time. Be the someone who lends an ear. Be the someone who takes a step. This is Christina Ricci with RAIN, asking you to join the fight against sexual violence and volunteer in your community. Log on to RAIN.org, that's RAINN.org, to learn how you can be the someone.
This message brought to you by the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network and this station.
This is Jonathan Dichter from DUI Heroes reminding you to have a safe and happy Independence Day. Please celebrate responsibly and drive safely. A message from your friends at DUIHeroes.com.
G. Scott here to remind everyone to have a safe Independence Day. DUI patrols are in effect and DUI rates are higher around the holidays. If you're pulled over for DUI, contact DUI Heroes immediately at 1-800-DUI-HERO, your DUI defense specialist.
Over 400 tariff-free new Kias are available now at Kia of Everett with easy lease and financing options. Experience simple, easy fun at Kia of Everett today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Stacey Lynn. We begin on Capitol Hill, where House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is using what's called his magic minute to delay the vote on President Trump's big tax and spending bill.
I feel the obligation, Mr. Speaker, to stand on this House floor and take my sweet time to tell the stories of the American people.
That minute has lasted more than 3 hours now.
All we need is 4 Republicans to show John McCain levels of courage when it comes to protecting the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people.
Republican Jason Smith is pushing for the bill to get to the finish line, though.
It's about restoring sanity in a town that's lost it, cutting waste and reining in reckless spending. It demands that if you're able to work, you should.
That bill could be up for a final vote later this morning. The latest jobs report is now out and beat expectations. 147,000 jobs were added in June. That is up from May. Economist Archie Hall.
It reflects a job market that remains still pretty robust, pretty strong. And if I was the Federal Reserve looking at this, I'd feel a bit vindicated in my decision to kind of hold off doing anything too dramatic and sort of stick to a wait-and-see approach.
The unemployment rate was down slightly to 4.1%. There was a deadly drive-by shooting outside a nightclub in Chicago late last night while people were leaving an album listening party. 4 people were killed, at least 14 injured. Street pastor Donovan Price described the scene.
People wanting to find their other people, find who was alive, finding who was, where their phones were because they dropped them in the chaos.
15 people were hurt when the small skydiving plane they were in crashed in a wooded area near an airport in Williamstown, New Jersey. Andrew Halter is with the Glassboro, New Jersey Police Department.
The injuries have varied from minor to critical. Many patients that were coming out of the aircraft were covered in jet fuel. So a decon area was established by fire and hazmat crews.
Federal authorities are investigating. Well, the holiday travel rush has begun, but severe storms could cause some problems. CBS's Chris Van Cleve is at LAX.
People lined up here well before 4 this morning local time trying to get their trips on the way, and getting out early is probably the best bet because as we look to the mid-afternoon, that chance of thunderstorms ramps up on the East Coast.
And the TSA is expecting to screen more than 18 million travelers over the holiday weekend. That could be a record. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
A King County leader under arrest right now. We will have the breaking news after we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, where Ted Beener is filling in for Sully.
Thank you, Charlie. Then good morning, everybody. This traffic report is brought to you by Global Credit Union. The on-ramp from northbound 167 to northbound 405 had a disabled vehicle partially blocking the ramp. That cleared about a half hour ago, and the backup has quickly cleared. And on Marginal Way at South Holden Street, got a crash that's blocking the right westbound lane. Otherwise, it is Getaway Thursday ahead of the holiday weekend. The ferries are on schedule. Yesterday afternoon, the Mukilteo terminal had a 3-hour wait. So if you're heading out of town, now is a good time to hit the road or onto a ferry. The roads are moving near the speed limit. By late this morning, though, that'll be a different story. The only other slowing I see is on northbound I-5 from 272nd to Midway. Some drive times, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, that is under a half hour. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma is under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle is about 40 to 45 minutes, and that's about 22 minutes of those are from South Center Puyallup to Renton, that is about 35 minutes, and Renton to Bellevue is holding firm at 15 minutes. Global Credit Union, where members enjoy no-fee accounts and early payday with direct deposit. Learn more at globalcu.org. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
KIRO News Radio, breaking news.
Thanks for joining us. It's 6:04. We do begin with breaking news. King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson sits in the King County Jail this morning.
KIRO News Radio's James Lynch joins us live with what we know.
Manda, don't think anyone saw this coming. G. Scott with the G and Ursula show got a tip late last night that Wilson had been arrested and was taken to the West Precinct. He was apparently arrested for investigation of stalking and violation of a court order. That, according to Seattle police and the King County Jail roster. Wilson has been embroiled in a very public legal battle with his former fiancée Lee Keller over a restraining order she filed against him. In a recent interview with John Curley, Wilson said Keller was preparing to drop her restraining order against him.
She's reneged on what she already signed and was ready to be filed with the court.
After he said that, Keller sent us a statement denying Wilson's claims and said she planned to address the matter in court. Last month, the King County Council unanimously passed a vote of no confidence in Wilson, who is also running for King County Executive. In a Facebook post last night before his arrest, Wilson posted a selfie from a high-end restaurant saying, "Been a busy but great day. Came to one of my favorite places to have a great celebration. Yay." We are trying to get more information about this story, and we'll have much more throughout the day. Charlie, Manda.
Thank you, James. Seattle police are investigating a shooting in Capitol Hill. It happened overnight, just after midnight, outside a bar on East Pike Street.
Officers found a 29-year-old man shot in the stomach near Union and Boren. They gave first aid until Seattle fire crews arrived. Medics took the man to Harborview in serious condition. Police say he got into a fight with several people before someone pulled a gun. The shooter took off in a car and hasn't been found. Officers recovered a shell casing and other evidence at the scene. Detectives are still working to figure out what led to that shooting.
Well, volumes are picking up across the region as travelers race out to their holiday destinations. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors tells us what to expect if you're traveling by ferry.
The 4th of July weekend is one of the busiest for Washington State ferries.
Yeah, we're expecting nearly 400,000 riders from today through Sunday when you add that all up together.
Spokesperson Justin Fujioka also has some advice to avoid those big delays.
The best thing to do is download our Watch.mobile app or visit our website for all the updates you need.
To avoid any delay at all, it's recommended to walk on. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Well, good morning, 6:07. You darn well better believe we're going to follow up on the news about the King County assessor being arrested in jail right now.
Just breaking this morning.
All right, I'm Charlie Harger along with Manda Factor. Sully out today.
Slacker.
Ted is here. Good morning, Ted.
I'm always filling in for him, right? He's a slacker, like you said.
Yeah,
Getting a jump on the holiday.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to have a good time, too.
Yes.
I hope if you're listening right now, you have a good holiday weekend as well. So we have Ted. Jonah Oakleaf is filling in as producer for David Burbank today. We have Katrina out at the news desk, not a slacker.
No.
Nick Krasia running the board and picking the music, not a slacker, too.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Coming up on this hour of the show, as we head into the holiday weekend, we'll be thinking about water safety. Ted Beener, you will be talking about some safety tips.
Yeah, I have some unfortunate news.
Yeah.
And that is, so far this year, according to Washington State Parks Boating Safety, we've had 16 recreational boating fatalities, and most of those folks are not wearing a life jacket.
16.
And now we're heading into this holiday weekend. The weather's going to be very decent.
Mm-hmm.
No rain in the forecast. We'll have sunshine. People will be out on the water, and the water's still cold. So I was checking the lakes. They're right about 68 to 70 degrees on the surface. You go a couple feet down, it is frigid down there.
Okay, so we'll go into greater detail in just a bit on this. Okay,
very good.
Thank you, Ted. Also, we'll have the lawyer and filmmaker Steve Edmiston. We have some highlights of his interview with John Curley about UFOs in Washington State. That's coming up.
It's now 6:09. Dramatic moments in a Boise courtroom yesterday as Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty. KIRO Newsradio Scott Carty has more.
It wasn't what some family members of victims wanted to hear, but it's what they knew to be true. Wearing a gray dress shirt and a dark gray tie, Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty to killing 4 University of Idaho students.
The murder of Madison Mogan.
Guilty.
For the murder of Kaylee Gonsalves.
Guilty.
First-degree murder of Xana Kernodle.
Guilty.
Ethan Chapin.
Guilty. Moments before, Latah County prosecuting attorney Bill Thompson outlined the evidence they have to prove Kohberger's guilt, including a thumbs-up bathroom selfie Kohberger took in the hours after the murders. Sentencing is set for July 23rd. Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
There were emotional moments in a Snohomish County courtroom yesterday afternoon as Raul Benitez Santana was sentenced for killing Washington State Patrol Trooper Christopher Gadd. Gadd's mother, Jillian Gadd, asked the court for the maximum sentence.
Will you please exercise a fair and just sentence of the max penalty? It's the only reasonable and fair outcome from this terrible tragedy.
The judge agreed and sentenced Benitez Santana to more than 10 years in prison. He was driving more than 100 miles per hour and impaired when he crashed into Trooper Gadd's patrol vehicle while he sat on the shoulder of I-5 near Marysville.
With Independence Day tomorrow and people out celebrating all weekend, there's an increased chance for accidents and a need for blood. Juan Cotto with BloodWorks is urging people to donate.
We are looking for O positive and O negative blood donors. O positive is the largest percentage of people in our population. O negative is the universal blood type that can be used in just about any circumstance.
People with all blood types are welcome. Cotto says the number one surgical procedure is a blood transfusion. One happens about every 2 seconds in the U.S. BloodWorks will be open the 4th of July to take donations.
Randy Arozarena is heating up. He homered for the 3rd straight game last night at T-Mobile Park.
Swung on, crushed, center field. Isbell back. He's at the wall. He's looking up. It is gone. Randy Arozarena strikes again.
I love that sound there. Strikes again. That solo shot in the 6th traveled 418 feet to center. He also had a sacrifice fly. It helped the Mariners beat the Kansas City Royals 3-2. They wrap up the series against the Royals tonight, then welcome the Pirates to town for the weekend. You can hear it on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Oh, let's keep the Mariners theme going.
Here's the stretch. This will be ball 2. No, instead of swinging a fly ball deep to right field. Going back, Kirstad to the warning track to the wall. Goodbye, baseball. Just into the front row of seats down the right field line. Cal Raleigh with his 24th home run of the season.
Oh, that was a few days ago. We're up to 33 now.
33.
Cal Raleigh is headed to Atlanta. The Mariners catcher starting in the All-Star game. He won the fan vote with more than 70%. He's the first Mariners hitter to start since Nelson Cruz in 2015. The first Seattle catcher to make it since his own manager Dan Wilson did it in 1996. Raleigh leads the league in home runs and RBI. The All-Star game is Tuesday, July 15th.
At 6:12, let's get a check on weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. And Nick Allard, all eyes are on tomorrow, my friend.
And I got to say, it still looks pretty good. I mean, we're still looking at some sunshine. We're still looking at some increasing clouds late in the day and some showers and thunderstorms east of the Cascades. But almost all that moisture should stay east. I do think you'll see increasing clouds, and there could be a sprinkle or two closer to the Cascades. But I think otherwise, we're doing great. Today, it's just some clouds early, then sunshine, say about 72. Tomorrow, we are about 74, 75. Just don't be surprised if clouds increase around, the evening time after some decent sunshine during the day. And then I do believe you go back to morning clouds, afternoon sun on Saturday, Sunday, getting warmer, even back into the 80s by Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and beyond. So we continue to stay dry. We continue to stay warm. Know that if you're camping tomorrow east of the Cascades, anywhere from like Kennewick or Tri-Cities area to the Yakima Valley, you are going to see some showers and thunderstorms move through. But that should just give us some clouds west of the Cascades or maybe a few showers in the mountains, but that's about it.
And are we expecting any impacts from the smoke in Chelan?
Not yet. All of it's pushing the other way. I mean, there could be we'll put it this way. Even if anything's mixed in and some of the cloud cover lifting north tomorrow, and I don't think it will be, we just go back to that same onshore wind. So, no, I really don't think so. I think we're just generally going to see that onshore wind keeping, wind from the ocean to the land with morning clouds and afternoon sun. So at this point, no, I don't see that.
All right, Nick, thank you. Right now we have clouds. It's 55 in Seattle.
And time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes for you. Sully has the day off. Ted Beaner's in at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thank you. This traffic report is brought to you by flyseaportair.com. Got to thank the folks on the text line. We've got a new crash that's reported on southbound 167. That's approaching Central Avenue. Reported over on the right shoulder, but it is partially blocking the right lane. Don't seeing much of a backup there at this point, but just be aware of that. The only other reported crash is on Marginal Way at South Holden Street, and that is blocking the right westbound lane. Otherwise, the roads are moving pretty well throughout the Puget Sound region, including the Narrows and Lake Bridges. Ferries are running on schedule. All road projects have been put on pause as we go through the holiday weekend. The only slowing I see on the map right now is northbound I-5 from 272nd into Midway and on northbound 405 through the Renton curves. Drive times, Auburn to Renton, 14 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, excellent at 15 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle, a half hour. And coming in from Snohomish County, Arlington to Everett is 14 minutes, and Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, both of those are under 30 minutes. Introducing convenient flights between Boeing Field and Portland on Seaport Airlines with parking just steps away and no TSA lines. Visit flyseaportair.com. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beaner.
At 6:15, a popular children's spot is expanding. But KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gishard tells us it's the new place for adults.
Indeed, Chuck E. Cheese is flipping the script.
Never stop the fun. Chuck E. Cheese, where a kid can be a kid.
It's opened an arcade for grown-ups called Chuck's Arcade. It features a combination of new games and the classics. Just like with the original Chuck E. Cheese, players win tickets and can trade them in for prizes. So far, right now, there are 10 Chuck's Arcades open in malls across the country. None here in Washington yet, but the company says they'll have more locations on the horizon. Would you go?
Will they have those creepy animatronics singing
No,
characters?
they won't. They'll have just a standing guard, they say.
No.
Chucks.
That's just interesting.
All right. Thank you, Katrina. 6:16.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
I guess I would try it once. Yeah. Okay. 6:16. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday. Pleasant holiday weekend in store. A lot of people will be headed for the water.
Well, we need to discuss water safety, and our guru is here, Ted Beaner. We have some issues. In fact, yesterday, I told my daughter she's heading out on Lake Washington. You be safe and you wear a life jacket. So what are some of the stats here, Ted?
Well, I got these stats from the state parks folks here earlier this week. We've already had 16 recreational boating fatalities this year, and so far, many of those have been the result of not wearing a life jacket. So, Amanda, I brought a life jacket. If you want to model that for our YouTube viewers.
I would love nothing more. I'll go get it.
There you go.
Go grab the life jacket, Amanda.
Cover up my overall.
The point is, they're not those big, bulky, orange Coast Guard life jackets that we witnessed probably 30, 40 years ago.
No.
So how do you like that, man? How is that heavy?
It's not heavy, and it's actually quite comfortable.
Yeah,
Okay.
School life jackets are not so.
And so for those who are on human-powered vessels, so we're talking kayaks, paddleboards, canoes, you can wear that, and it's you almost feel like it's not even on you.
Okay, so people are listening right now. So I would describe this kind of life jacket. Amanda happens to be wearing overalls today.
Yeah, so you can't really see it.
Yeah, so the straps are about the size of, think, overalls, maybe a little wider.
Oh, see, there you go. There's a good view.
Yeah.
Super, super easy. You got to turn on the YouTube or My Northwest feed to really see this, but it's super convenient.
It is. And the important thing here is that people are going to get out and enjoy the water during this holiday weekend. The weather's going to be great, particularly east of the Cascades, as Nick was just talking about. But the waters are still cold. We still have rivers and lakes. Right at the surface, they're in that 68 to 70 degree range. But you only have to go a couple feet down, and it's cold. The rivers are running cold. Puget Sound is running at 50 degrees right now. So if you accidentally fall into the water, Well, Amanda, what's your reaction when you walk into a cold shower?
Oh, you're just tense up.
Yeah, you gasp,
Yeah.
right? Well, when you're
Gasp
falling in
and
the
tense.
water, you're taking in water versus the air. So that's an important element here. We really want people to be safe as we head into this holiday weekend if you're going to be out on the water.
I'll put you on the spot because I know you probably know the answer, but you say 16 boat fatalities so far this year. How does that compare to, say, last year?
Only 6 at this point.
That's
last
what I
year.
thought.
Yeah. It's an amazing difference. And why people are doing that, it's just that a lot of people aren't aware. So it's really important to have the life jacket.
Yeah, it's just a remarkable, sad number, 16. So be careful if you're out right now. I want to just maybe shift gears because you're a meteorologist, Ted, and it's been really dry. What is this looking like for us in terms of the amount of rain we've gotten this year and what that means for wildfire danger?
Well, that and we got fireworks this weekend, so it's not a good combination. SeaTac Airport nearly 6 inches behind for the year. Olympia is 9 inches behind. Everett is more than 12 inches behind for the year thus far. And you've been to Forks, right? It's a wet place. Yeah. They are more than a whopping 20 inches behind average for the year thus far. And so all of Western Washington and much of Eastern Washington is considered abnormally dry or in moderate drought. So if fireworks-wise, if you're going to have that neighborhood show, make sure you have plenty of water on hand in case, an errant firework gets into some dry grass or brush, and so you can damp that out.
How odd is that for Forks?
It is. It's very odd. Absolutely.
Huh.
We think of it as wet and mossy and, all that. And they
Not
just
good.
haven't gotten it this year.
And we're seeing all sorts of campfire bans at state parks, especially if you're heading out this weekend. You might just want to leave the firewood at home.
Yeah, exactly. The only ones they're going to let you have are in those metal or concrete pits. That's it. North Cascades National Park said, we're done.
Yeah.
That's it until the end of the summer.
Well, we use propane when we go out in the RV. It's super easy and convenient.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that, Ted. We appreciate it. And we'll have you put your traffic hat back on in about 2 minutes here, okay?
Got it.
All right. More than 1,500 flights were canceled and hundreds have been canceled all week, causing headaches for one of summer's busiest travel weeks.
While we enjoy the nice weather here, major storms slammed the Northeast this week, bringing heavy rain and flooding. We get more from CBS News' Nikki Batiste.
A mix of thunder and heavy rain pounded the East Coast Tuesday afternoon, flooding roadways up and down the I-95 corridor. In Fairfax County, Virginia, firefighters believe lightning caused a small fire at this townhome. No one inside was injured.
It definitely scared me. Got up, looked around, didn't think anything of it. Maybe 10 to 15 minutes later, started to smell smoke and then heard a siren and got out of my house.
The Phillies postponed their game against the San Diego Padres after thunderstorms.
Finally landed after a 4-hour delay.
The weather didn't stop House members from traveling to D.C.
I'm not going to chance being stuck in Myrtle Beach in this historic opportunity.
Ahead of today's critical vote on President Trump's tax and spending bill.
My flights got canceled, and so we're going to drive overnight.
Illinois Representative Raha Krishnamurthy hosted a Zoom town hall on his drive to the nation's capital after his flight was canceled.
We got some snacks, and away we go to Washington, D.C. And so wish me luck in 14 hours. I'll be there.
For anyone else hitting the road, AAA says the busiest driving days are today and Sunday. So if you are heading out, try to leave before noon.
6:23, the Foo Fighters have released a new tune.
Two sides to a river, two trouble to grow.
The band is out with today's song, their first new tune in 2 years. Dave Grohl accompanied the release with a lengthy note paying tribute to the band. Most notably, the late drummer Taylor Hawkins, who died in 2022. He wrote, "We all miss you beyond words." The new song, which Grohl plays drums on, arrives 30 years since the release of the Foo Fighters' self-titled debut album. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
30 years?
That must have been, we need to call the network, tell them they have made a grievous error in their dating on that.
Oh,
30
my
years.
goodness. I guess that's,
1995.
Makes sense.
6:23 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk and check in with Ted Beener.
Thanks, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by Seattle Sports. Well, the crash, we have one on southbound 167. It's approaching Central Avenue. It's over on the right shoulder, but it is partially blocking the right lane. Also got a crash on Marginal Way at South Holden Street. It's still continuing to block the right lane for westbound traffic. Otherwise, it is Getaway Thursday ahead of the holiday weekend. The ferries, they're on schedule, but yesterday afternoon, the Mukilteo Terminal had a 3-hour wait. So if you're heading out of town, now is a good time to hit the road, or if you're going to have one of those ferry rides. The roads are moving near the speed limit. By late this morning, though, that's going to be a different story. The only other slowing I see right now is on northbound I-5 from 272nd up through the Midway area. And we got some brake lights on northbound 405 as you go through the Renton curves. Drive times, Everett to Seattle Bellevue, between 30 and 35 minutes. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma, just under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle, 43 minutes. 20 of those are from South Center. Puyallup to Renton's a half hour, and Renton to Bellevue, that has popped up now to about 17 minutes. Download the Seattle Sports app to stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic.
I'm afraid the network was right. Wiki says 1994 for the formation of the Foo Fighters. Okay, it's cloudy to start. We'll see some peaks of sunshine later today. 72 our high tomorrow for the holiday. Partly sunny and 75, and the weekend looks terrific. We'll be in the low and mid-70s. It's 56 in Seattle right now.
And coming up, continuing coverage of our breaking news, King County Assessor John Wilson arrested overnight. Details on the way on Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO Newsradio app.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
It's a new year, but many seniors are struggling with the same old problem: high prices and rising property taxes. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, and he says a reverse mortgage may be the answer.
Many seniors cannot afford to stay in the home they love. A reverse mortgage gives them access to equity in their home without having to sell. They can pay off their mortgage if they have one, and maybe pull some extra cash out of their home, and best of all, they have no mortgage payment the rest of their life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage. The VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage. 425-649-6000.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 6:31. We begin with developing news this morning. King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson sits in the King County Jail.
And following the story is KIRO News Radio's James Lynch, who joins us live with details.
Charlie, Amanda, this story broke late last night. G. Scott with the G and Ursula show got a tip late last night that Wilson had been arrested and was taken to the West Precinct in Seattle. He was arrested for investigation of stalking and violating a court order, that according to Seattle police and the King County Jail roster. Wilson has been embroiled in a very public legal battle with his former fiancée Lee Keller over a restraining order she filed against him. In an interview recently with John Curley, Wilson said Keller was again preparing to drop her restraining order against him.
This is the third time that she has taken some action like this, and each and every time she has withdrawn it before it ever went to court.
Now, after he said that, Keller sent us a statement denying Wilson's claims and said she planned to address the matter in court. Last month, the King County Council unanimously passed a vote of no confidence in Wilson, who is also running for King County Executive. Seattle police refused comment on this story out of, quote, respect for a domestic violence victim. We're trying to get more information, and we'll certainly have more information on this coming up throughout the day. Charlie, Amanda?
Thank you, James. The city of Tacoma has reached a $6 million settlement with the family of Manuel Ellis, who died in police custody in 2020. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao spoke with the Ellis family.
Marcia Carter Patterson spoke emotionally about her son, Manuel Ellis, on Wednesday.
Money will never, ever be enough to bring my son back when all I have is the cemetery to go to.
In March of 2020, videos caught Tacoma police officers holding down Ellis while he was on the ground, while Ellis yelled, "I can't breathe." In 2023, all 3 officers involved were acquitted.
400,000 passengers are expected to ride the state ferries by Sunday. To avoid big backups at the terminals, you'll want to check the ferry's website for updates. You can also get reservations, but only on a couple routes.
There's only 2 routes that offer vehicle reservations, and that's Port Townsend, Coopville, and Anacortes, San Juan Islands, and they are highly recommended.
Justin Fujioka also recommends walk-ons to avoid any delays.
It's 6:33. Let's get a check on traffic. And we have Ted Beener filling in for Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thanks, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by KIRO Radio Rundown. Well, I'll be looking at those ferries, and right now they're running on schedule, Amanda, so that's good news. So right now, though, we do have a crash that continues on southbound 167. That's approaching Central Avenue. Got response crews partially blocking that right lane, so be aware of that if that's where you are headed. And the crash on Marginal Way at South Holden Street is reportedly clear. Otherwise, the roads are moving well throughout the Puget Sound region, and that includes the Narrows and Lake Bridges. All road projects have been put on pause as we go through the holiday weekend. The only slowing I'm finding is on northbound I-5 from 272nd into Midway, as well as from the Michigan curve into downtown. Northbound 167 has some brake lights from State Route 18 to Willis, and again approaching 405, and northbound 405 as you go through the Renton curves. Some drive times: Auburn to Renton, 14 minutes. Renton to Bellevue is now 20 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle, 38 minutes. And coming in from the north end, Arlington to Everett, 14 minutes. Everett to Seattle, Bellevue, both of those are between 30 and 35 minutes. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476 and subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown. Get the latest news and updates from your favorite KIRO News Radio shows straight to your inbox. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beener.
It's going to be beautiful as we head into the holiday weekend. Some pretty thick clouds in spots this morning, but peaks of sunshine later, warming up to 72. Overnight low of 52. Tomorrow, partly sunny for the holiday, 75. And through the weekend, highs will be in the mid-70s. Mostly sunny through at least the first part of next week. Right now in Seattle, cloudy and 56.
At 6:35, it's time for the opening bell report, and the new job numbers are out. The Labor Department says the economy added more jobs than expected in June, while the jobless rate edged down. Job growth came in at 147,000 last month. The Economist economic editor, Archie Hall, says many parts of the economy saw job gains.
It looks going through like it was reasonably broad-based, so the kind of strongest additions seem to have been in kind of numerical terms in government employment, particularly state employment, healthcare and social assistance as well. Went up a fair amount.
The unemployment rate slipped to 4.1%.
Global health officials say increasing taxes on some of the not-so-healthy goods we consume could offset the cost of many health issues. Here's CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick.
The World Health Organization is urging countries to massively increase prices for tobacco, alcohol, and sugary drinks to raise money to fight chronic diseases. The organization says it would help offset the cost of heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. One recent report claims that a one-time 50% hike in those prices could prevent 50 million premature deaths over the next 50 years. Tobacco alone causes 7 million deaths annually. Health systems around the world are under increasing pressure because of less funding.
The spending bill with President Trump's domestic priorities has advanced to a final vote. It's expected about 8:30 this morning, Seattle time. During the debate, Missouri Republican Jason Smith defended the bill against Democratic critics who say it benefits only the wealthiest Americans at the expense of the poor and middle class.
It's for the people who don't have lobbyists in this town, the farmers, the welders, the waitresses, the nurses pulling double shifts, the truck drivers hauling goods across this country, the folks who work hard, play by the rules, and ask only for a fair shot and a government that works for them, not against them.
We're getting all points of view on this bill. Just for your planning purposes, we have Republican chairman of the Washington State GOP, Jim Walsh. He'll be joining us with a live interview at 8:15. We spoke yesterday with Democratic Representative Susan Delbene.
Gas prices are still falling as a record number of people travel for the 4th of July holiday.
AAA pegs the national average at $3.17 a gallon, down 33 cents from a year ago, and the lowest July 4th prices in 4 years. AAA's Robert Sinclair says there were fears the fighting between Israel and Iran would push gas prices higher.
That did not happen, so there's kind of a return to normalcy that's happening as a result.
Still, a recent AAA survey found the pain point for 40% of Americans is $3 a gallon.
And those might be the people that have staycations rather than hitting the road. They'll probably stay closer to home.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Wall Street reacting well to that better-than-expected June jobs report. In fact, the S&P 500 has hit a record high. It's up 30 points right now, which is 0.5%. Dow Jones Industrial Average ahead by 158 points. That's 0.3%. And the NASDAQ up 118 points. That's 0.6%.
KIRO 7 News live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. No more, no now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
And we have
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Have an update this morning on that wildfire burning near Chelan. King TV reports the Apple Acres fire has already scorched 2,000 acres. Level 2 evacuation orders are still in place near Highway 97. That means you should be ready to leave quickly if needed. Level 1 alerts are posted near Antoine Creek Road. Fire broke out Wednesday afternoon. That's yesterday. Spread fast through dry brush. Traffic down to one lane on State Route 97 near Wells Dam. No timeline yet on when it'll reopen. State crews are now backing up Chelan Fire and Rescue.
It's now 6:39. Ted Beener is in for Sully. What's coming up in traffic?
Well, we've got a crash on southbound 167 approaching Central Avenue. Tell you more about it in just a few moments.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's morning news every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show, and even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO Newsradio app.
You just invested in new gutter guards to keep the junk out. So why are they clogged with moss and gunk? Well, here's the missing link between just any gutter guards and ones that actually work. You see, most gutter guards, sure, they stop leaves, but they don't stop what grows on them. Moss, algae, grime, they take over, turning your new gutter guards into a plugged, soggy mess. And that's where Moss Eater's gutter guards come in. They're changing the game. It's the only gutter guard with copper-infused tech. That means moss, algae, and gunk won't grow on it. It's like having a built-in Moss Eater on your home. And look, at Moss Eaters, we're not just going to install your guards and then let you fend for yourself. No, we're going to maintain your roof, too. Because a clean roof and clog-free gutters means no water, no leaks, and no stress. Get the only gutter guard that truly fights back. Call Moss Eaters at 206-531-7800 or visit mosseaters.com today. That's 206-531-7800 or online at mosseaters.com.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving when your house is an oven.
Dayandnight.net.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC.
Dayandnight.net.
It's 6:43, and Ted Beener is filling in for Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Good morning. This traffic report is brought to you by Fred Meyer Pharmacy. Still got a crash on southbound 167 approaching Central Avenue. Got response crews partially blocking the right lane. That includes a tow, and that usually means it should clear soon. The crash on Marginal Way at South Holden Street, that has finally cleared. Otherwise, it is Getaway Thursday ahead of the holiday weekend. The ferries, they're on schedule. Yesterday afternoon, the Mukilteo terminal had a 3-hour wait, so if you're heading out of town, now is a good time to hit the road or onto that ferry. The roads are moving near the speed limit, but late this morning, that's going to be a different story. The only significant slowing found at this moment is on northbound I-5 from Albro into downtown. Some brake lights on northbound 167 approaching 405, northbound 405 through the Renton curves, and some crowding on southbound 405 through Canyon Park. Everett to Seattle Bellevue drive time is between 30 and 35 minutes. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma just under 35. Tacoma to Seattle is now 47 minutes. 23 of those are from South Center. Puyallup to Renton's 35 minutes, and Renton to Bellevue is 20 minutes. Fred Meyer Pharmacy welcomes Express Scripts, Medicare D, and TRICARE Department of Defense plan members. You can transfer prescriptions at fredmeyer.com/pay or update. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic.
We're seeing some pretty thick clouds in spots to start the day, but some clearing later today, a high of 72. Partly sunny for tomorrow for the holiday and 75. Just a gorgeous weekend. We'll be in the mid-70s for Saturday and Sunday and back into the 80s for the first part of next week. Right now it's cloudy and 56 in Seattle.
At 6:45, when a rock meets a roll, expect fireworks. Katrina is here to explain.
It was almost 10 years in the making, but Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Jelly Roll finally met in person and gave each other a big hug.
I've been waiting a decade for this hug, baby. I've been waiting a decade for this hug, baby. Come here. I love you, baby. Man, I love you. God, so good to see you, Papa. How you doing, man? Oh, man.
Get a room, you two.
It was quite the bromance. All right, back in 2017, Dwayne says he was going through a hard time mentally when he heard Jelly Roll's song, Only. And that song got him through it. The movie star reached out to him on social media and the two struck up a bromance. They messaged each other back and forth for nearly 10 years. The two finally met recently backstage on the set of American Idol and posted that video online. It was really cute, I think.
Adorable.
Rock and roll. Okay. Thanks, Katrina. It's 6:46, and coming up, we have a little UFO talk. Curly had a UFO expert on yesterday. I want to just play a little bit about it.
Okay.
That's coming up here on Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, I want to tell you a sellwithwes.com success story. Wes Jones knows how important your home sale can be for your future plans. So when he got a call from Susan in Federal Way, he was eager to step up and help her sell her home of 25 years.
Her house was her biggest asset, and this home sale was super meaningful for her. So she's like, I know that I'm leaving money on the table in the condition that it's in. Like, what can we do?
I told him up front that I did not have the time or finances to do what needed to be done. And he immediately jumped in with, well, I do.
He told her about their Listing Boost concierge service.
We identified probably 4 or 5 major things.
It just was all so fast. They did everything.
I'm a son of a builder, and I've done a lot of flips over the years. So this is work that we actually like to do. We are seeking this out.
And I would just tell anybody, here's his phone number, give him a call. He'll take care of it.
So if you're in the market to sell your home, do what Susan did. Check out Wes Jones and his team at sellwithwes.com. Sell with Wes, a better way to sell your home.
Zanetta loved to swim, but 3 tears in the labrum of her left shoulder made it too painful. What to do? She knew what not to do.
There was no way I was going to do shoulder replacement on my left shoulder after having it done on my right.
So this time, Zanetta chose stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and I asked her to compare the shoulder surgery to the stem cell treatment.
Oh, there's no comparison. There is no comparison.
Let's give it a try anyway.
The recovery time was faster. The recovery was easier. I was back to activities faster. It didn't hurt as much. I feel like I've got 100% recovery in my left shoulder.
So will you be swimming today?
Already done.
Already been swimming. How many laps do you do?
I try to get in a mile.
Mile a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, she says. Doesn't everybody swim a mile a day? So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, first at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts here from all the patients I've talked to and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Hey there, Dawn Riling with Olympic Hot Tub. Say hello to summer and hello to savings on your very own saltwater hot spring spa. Through May 26th, we have special pricing on the best hot tub you can own and interest-free financing till 2030. It's time to start feeling better every day with a healthy, soothing soak. Are you ready? Learn more at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Thanks for being here this Thursday morning. Along with Manda and Charlie. Well, historian, lawyer, and filmmaker Steve Edmondson joined the John Curley Show yesterday to talk about what is kind of a lesser-known story. This is about a Maury Island UFO sighting in the Pacific Northwest. It helped spark the UFO hysteria of 1947 and introduce the world to the terms men in black and flying saucers. Here's some of what they had to say.
June 21, 1947, a guy named Harold Dahl, resident of Tacoma, goes out on his working boat. They're salvaging lumber logs. They're about 3 miles out of Tacoma. They're just off Vashon Maury Island. And the allegation is 6 flying discs, just out of nowhere, 100 feet across, big, scary. One of them they describe it as failing because it's lower than the others. Eventually, it ejects or releases chaff and then molten slag. They call it slag, like a molten lava. This is very frightening. It's damaging the boat. It hits the dog Sparky and kills Sparky. Charles is burned. They're frightened. They run the boat to the shore. They're so frightened. I mean, this is an interesting sort of fact to me, is because we made a movie about this eventually, and we really were thinking, how scared do you have to be to take an 80-foot working boat, 80 feet, and run it ashore to get out from the stuff that's falling on you, right? According to the story, they scramble off, they hide in some cliffs, and then the UFOs go away. Next day, June 22nd, and this is the part as someone who loves the history part and the pop culture part, really, really gets to me. Next day, the story goes, Harold Dahl says, he gets a knock on his door around 6:30 in the morning at his house on Gove Street in Tacoma. And there's a man there, and you can imagine what he's dressed like. He's the quintessential black suit, white shirt, black tie, fedora. Guy shows up, and the punchline at the door at Harold's house is, I know what happened to you yesterday on the water, and I need to talk to you about that. We probably shouldn't do it here. Let's go to a diner. And at that diner, the story is that this man in black proceeded to tell Harold everything I just told your listeners, the story of what happened to him yesterday on the water. And then he did what we have come to learn that men in black tend to do, issue the warning. And the warning was, you shouldn't talk about anything that happened to you. Bad things will happen to you. Bad things will happen to your business. Bad things will happen to your family. You just need to not talk about it. So we have history's first appearance of a man in black and history's first warning from a man in black, according to our popular culture. This is the one. There was nothing earlier than this. And this has sort of launched the mythologies that we now know as, the Warner Brothers movie franchise. All the X-Files all come from this story. So even if he made it up, good on you, Harold Dahl. We love your story. We've done some good work with it. And what's coming is an entire summer of hysteria, panic, whatever. We have thousands of sightings over the summer that follow these events. The most significant of which is just 2 weeks after the stuff we talked about, John, just 2 weeks, the so-called crash in Roswell, New Mexico.
Okay, so that is historian, lawyer, and filmmaker Steve Edmondson. He was speaking with John Curley yesterday.
I have to tell you, I'm chuckling because I've never seen these words in a script. Talk about personal UFO stories. I don't happen to have one.
You haven't been abducted?
No, not to my knowledge. I don't know. Maybe I was visited by a man in black and he wiped my memory out.
Clean. Well, I got to tell you, I love UFO talk.
Yeah.
I am fascinated by the X-Files. I used to love listening to Art Bell late at night with his stuff. I I can't say that they don't exist, but I can't say they exist either. But I think it's so cool when people tell these stories. This is something that started in the Pacific Northwest.
Well, and congressional committees are looking into it, right?
Yeah.
It's like there's something there.
There's this guy. His name is Lou Elizondo. He worked for a Pentagon unit that investigated UFOs. He is out with a book called Imminent, and it talks about some of the Defense Department UFO shenanigans. Some of it is just, working on stealth technology.
Right.
But he goes, there's some unknown stuff, too.
Ooh.
It's a fun read.
I want to know about the unknown stuff.
It's a fun read. All right. It is time to check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. And Ted, have you ever been abducted by a UFO?
I have not.
Okay.
I don't believe there's any UFOs out there on the roads at this moment either.
We'll have to report on it.
Yes,
if
we
it
will.
were to
Absolutely.
happen.
Yes,
okay.
Exactly. All right, this traffic report is brought to you by KIRO Radio Rundown. Oh, the crash on southbound 167. Good news, approaching Central Avenue. That has cleared, so all lanes are back open there. Otherwise, the roads are moving well throughout the Puget Sound region. That includes the Narrows and Lake Bridges. The ferries are running on schedule. All road projects have been put on pause through the holiday weekend. The only significant slowing is found on southbound 405 through Canyon Park, northbound I-5 from the north end of Boeing Field into downtown. Northbound 167 has some brake lights from 180th to 405, and again on northbound 405 through the Renton Curves and up to Kennydale Hill. Drive times, Auburn to Renton is 16 minutes, Renton to Bellevue is 20 minutes, Federal Way to Seattle is 40 minutes, and coming in from the north end, Everett to Seattle and Bellevue, both of those are between 30 and 35 minutes. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476 and subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown. Get the latest news and updates from your favorite KIRO News Radio shows straight to your inbox. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beamer.
I have those Close Encounters notes in my head. Remember that?
Dun, 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 dun.
We're going to see some sunshine by afternoon. A 72 our high for today. And then tomorrow, partly sunny for your 4th of July holiday, mid-70s. The weekend looks terrific. We're going to be partly to mostly sunny both Saturday and Sunday with high staying in the mid-70s. It's 56 in Seattle right now.
Coming up, CBS News, then the latest on the arrest of King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson on investigation of stalking charges.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Oh, I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. It's been fun meeting people at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, what do the hens eat? Well, Wilcox hens eat natural grains, seeds, and grass. They forage for worms and bugs, and their diet is free from pesticides and fertilizers. For fresh local eggs, look for Wilcox eggs at Safeway, Town & Country Markets, or Amazon Fresh. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
Dayandnight.net.
Plumbing emergency? Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Dayandnight.net.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Stacey Lynn. For almost 5 hours now, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has been speaking on the House floor, voicing opposition to the president's big tax and spending bill.
This disgusting abomination, the GOP tax scam, guts Medicaid, rips food from the mouths of children.
It is still unclear how long he'll go. Kevin McCarthy holds the current record for what's called a magic minute, clocking in at 8 hours, 32 minutes. That was back in a vote in 2021. CBS's Nicole Killian with more from Capitol Hill.
The GOP mega bill was considered after a day of delays Wednesday as Republican leaders and the White House worked to win over key holdouts who oppose the Senate's changes to the measure.
I would say those meetings are having a big impact. Members are moving to yes. Donald Trump is the best closer in the business, and we're going to get it done.
The president wants the bill on his desk by tomorrow. A surprising June jobs report showed 147,000 jobs were added last month, and the unemployment rate inched slightly down to 4.1%. Business analyst Joe Schlesinger says this means the Fed will likely continue to leave interest rates unchanged.
This report gives the Federal Reserve plenty of cover because with the job market remaining solid and inflation not yet showing any signs of tariff increases, the Fed can afford to wait and see how the data develop.
That better than expected report has the stock market in the green. The Dow right now is up 262 points, NASDAQ up 160, S&P 500 up 40. The Supreme Court has just agreed to take up a new case out of Idaho and West Virginia on which school sports teams transgender students can join. More than 24 states have enacted laws restricting transgender women and girls from participating in certain sports. Well, it's time to hit the road for the holiday weekend.
I'm Jim Crisula along Interstate 40 in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. AAA says a record number of Americans, more than 72 million, will travel for the 4th of July holiday. Average gas prices are down, and these drivers have noticed.
I'm happy that it's getting down there. It used to cost me over $80 to top off, and now it's a little over $35, so I'm not complaining. I'm getting twice the trips, essentially, for the same price.
Oh, no complaints. Gas prices are at their lowest 4th of July level since 2021.
AAA's Robert Sinclair says there were fears the fighting between Israel and Iran would push the price at the pump up.
That did not happen, so there's kind of a return to normalcy that's happening as a result, and gasoline prices are going down and probably will keep going down for a little bit longer.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
the King County assessor in jail right now. We'll have the story coming up after we check in with Ted Beener at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And good morning. This traffic report is brought to you by Kia of Everett. It is Getaway Thursday ahead of the holiday weekend. The ferries are on schedule. That's good news. Keep in mind that yesterday afternoon, the Mukilteo terminal had a 3-hour wait. So if you're heading out of town, now's a good time to hit the road or onto a ferry. The only significant slowing found at this moment is on northbound I-5 from mid-Boeing Field into downtown. And we got some brake lights on northbound 167 from 180th to 405, as well as northbound 405 as you go through the Renton curves. And we got some crowding on southbound 405 through Canyon Park. Some drive times. Everett to Seattle Bellevue, both of those are right around 35 minutes. Coming in from the south end, Olympia Tacoma, still just under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle is now 47 minutes. 25 of those are from South Center. Puyallup to Renton is 37 minutes. And Renton to Bellevue, that has eased to 17 minutes. During the Kia of Everett Summer Sticker Sales event, save thousands on lease and financing offers on hundreds of tariff-free Kias. Experience simple, easy, fun at kiaofeverett.com. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
And breaking this morning, King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson is in the King County Jail.
KIRO News Radio's James Lynch joins us live with details.
Amanda G. Scott with the G and Ursula show got a tip late last night that Wilson had been arrested and was taken to the West Precinct. He was arrested for investigation of stalking and violating a court order. That, according to Seattle police and the King County Jail roster. Wilson has been embroiled in a very public legal battle with his former fiancée, Lee Keller, over a restraining order she filed against him. In a recent interview with John Curley, Wilson said Keller was preparing to drop her restraining order against him.
She's reneged on what she already signed and was ready to be filed with the court.
Keller denied that claim. In a statement to KIRO News Radio, she said the restraining order is still very active and she plans to address the matter in court. Last month, the King County Council unanimously passed a vote of no confidence in Wilson, who is also running for King County Executive. In a Facebook post last night before his arrest, Wilson posted a selfie from a high-end restaurant saying, "Been a busy day, but a great day. Came to one of my favorite places to have a great celebration. Yay." We're trying to get more comments from King County leaders, and we will have much more throughout the day. Charlie, Amanda?
James, thank you. A man is in serious condition after a shooting in Seattle's Capitol Hill neighborhood. Police say it happened around 12:15 this morning outside a bar on East Pike Street.
Officers found the 29-year-old victim nearby, shot in the abdomen. They gave first aid until medics got there and took him to Harborview. Investigators say the man was in a fight with several people before someone opened fire. The shooter drove off, and police are still looking for them.
There's a new search for Jonathan Huang, a 21-year-old with autism who went missing 3 months ago. His family searched Juanita Beach Park yesterday, and KIRO 7 TV's Jason Sloss spoke with the family.
People joining together in the search for Jonathan Huang, thanks to a new clue, security video, which Jonathan's family believes shows him walking through a Kirkland neighborhood last week on Monday.
My parents and I watched it, and it looks like Jonathan. It really looks like the way that he walks, the way he carries himself, the way he holds himself. We're both hopeful, but also it's also hard because it's been over a week and he could be anywhere.
Jonathan's sister, Irene, says she's even more convinced this is her 21-year-old autistic brother on Northeast 114th Lane because it's an address similar to the family's home in Arlington.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
There's the song to get the holiday weekend started.
Kind of patriotic.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Not really, but
okay.
It's Thursday, July 3rd. Thanks for being with us. He's Charlie. I'm Manda.
I am ready for the weekend,
you
too.
And me both.
Sully is out today. Ted Beener, you are filling in, and any big holiday plans?
Nothing significant other than having some fun with some friends, but what are your plans?
We have friends who live on a lake, and this is my best advice for you. don't buy a house on a lake, but make friends who bought a house on a lake.
That sounds like
You'll save a lot of money.
friends that have a boat, too, right?
Yep.
Exactly. So we have Ted there. Sully is off. David is off. So Jonah Oakleaf is filling in. Katrina is here. And Nick is here, as always, running the board in the control room.
G. Scott is here on this day before the holiday, too. He's going to share his thoughts on Seattle Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh being named the American League's starting catcher for his first All-Star game.
It's 7:08 now. We're getting an update on a Seattle woman tied to a violent cult. Teresa Youngblood is accused of killing a Border Patrol agent in Vermont.
She's part of the Zizians, a cult with roots in Washington and a trail of violence. Her lawyers say the government is rushing to seek the death penalty. They want more time to present evidence that could spare her life. Youngblood was under surveillance when agents pulled her over. She allegedly opened fire. Her partner was killed and she was shot. Other Zizians from Washington have been linked to bizarre crimes. Members of the group have been tied to a string of bizarre killings, including a landlord beaten to death in California and a Pennsylvania couple found dead under suspicious circumstances.
It's 7:09. Raw emotion in the moments before Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty yesterday. KIRO News Radio's Scott Carty has more.
After more than 2.5 years, the Latah County prosecuting attorney was able to lay out evidence that Brian Kohberger was guilty. Bill Thompson was emotional as he read their names.
Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Cruz.
In the Boise courtroom, Judge Stephen Hippler asked multiple questions to ensure Kohberger was willingly pleading guilty and fully understanding the circumstances. Kohberger answered yes. And then he admitted his guilt one by one for 1 count of burglary and 4 counts of murder. He'll be sentenced July 23rd. Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Well, the father of one of the victims, Kaylee Gonzalez, actually stood out. He wanted no part of the hearing, and Steve Gonzalez stayed outside the courtroom as a form of protest, criticizing the prosecution for agreeing to that plea deal.
He only negotiated with the murderer of our children. That was the only person that he negotiated with. He didn't give us the common courtesy to negotiate with us, to even pretend. He could have just pretended and then lied, but he didn't even pretend.
It's 7:10 now. If you're traveling for the holiday weekend, prepare for big backups, especially during peak times, both land and water. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors dives into the ferry numbers.
400,000 passengers are expected to travel by ferry between Wednesday and Sunday. Ferry spokesperson Justin Fujioka says they're adding a vessel to help alleviate some of the long waits.
Starting on Friday, we're going to hit that 18th boat mark for the first time since pre-pandemic. When we add back a second boat to our Port Townsend Coopville route for Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays through October 13th.
That is one of the busiest routes during summer, and it is one of only 2 routes that allow drivers to get reservations. The other route is the Anacortes San Juans. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
You might see a few tourists in Seattle this weekend. AAA says Seattle is the number 2 travel destination for the 4th of July. Only Orlando, Florida is more popular. Why Seattle? Well, Alaska cruises are in full swing. AAA expects more than 72 million people to travel at least 50 miles from home, and most of them, more than 61 million, will be driving.
Local blood banks are hoping you'll consider it your patriotic duty to donate this Independence Day. Juan Cotto says Bloodworks will be open on the 4th, and he says the need for blood is constant.
The number 1 surgical procedure is still blood transfusions. I believe that one happens every 2 seconds. Think about that. One happens every 2 seconds in the United States.
He says the need for blood often increases during the summer months with Americans traveling and engaging in more activities, increasing the chance for accidents.
Just can't get enough of Cal Raleigh. He's making history, becoming the first Mariners catcher to be named an All-Star starter.
His magical season continues. He's a walking, talking history book. It is the season of Cal Raleigh.
He leads the majors with 33 home runs. This is his first All-Star selection, and he'll also swing for the fences in the Home Run Derby with his dad pitching.
Oh, how cool. Okay. It's 7:12 now. Let's get a check on weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7 TV's Nick Aller. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. We're just looking at some areas of cloud this morning. We're starting off in the 50s and, well, actually 40s and 50s because a little bit farther south it's been clear in Olympia. So it's been cooler, but otherwise we're just looking for some increasing sunshine this afternoon. So we'll get to a nice low to mid 70s. About 72 in Seattle, about 75 in Olympia, about 74 in Tacoma, and about 68 to 70 around the Everett area. Now, tomorrow we do see plenty of sunshine. The only difference I want to bring up is that there will be some showers and thunderstorms east of the Cascades later tomorrow, and I do think some of that cloud cover will drift over us as the afternoon goes on, which, yes, just means more clouds for fireworks, but not really to impact anything. I just think you have more clouds. Now, there could be, closer to the Cascades, a few showers that pass across the mountains, but most of that should stay over the mountains and east. That's something we'll be closely watching. Otherwise, I still have you at like 75 tomorrow. And then morning clouds, afternoon sun on Saturday, about 74, 75, warming it up on Sunday to the upper 70s. And then next week, right now, looks like it stays at least in the low to mid 80s to start the week, and maybe even in the mid to upper 80s from there. So we do have a lot of heat. We do have a lot of sunshine. Just know you're going to see some increasing clouds later tomorrow during fireworks.
All right, Nick, thank you. Happy 4th. It's cloudy and 56 in Seattle.
And it's 7:13. Time to check traffic. Once again, we do that every 10 minutes on the 3s. And Ted Beaner's in for Sully.
Thank you, Amanda. Well, the roads are moving well throughout the Puget Sound region. That includes the Narrows and Lake Bridges. Ferries are running on schedule. It's a good time to go use a ferry if you need to do so. All road projects have been put on pause all the way through the holiday weekend. Yet there are areas of slowing this morning in the usual spots, and that includes southbound 405 through Canyon Park, northbound I-5 from Mid-Boeing Field into downtown. Northbound 167 has some brake lights from 180th to 405, and on northbound 405 through the Renton Curves and up the Kennydale Hill. Some drive times. They're pretty good overall, though. Auburn to Renton, 18 minutes. Renton to Bellevue is also 18 minutes. Better Way to Seattle is 46 minutes. And coming in from the north end, Everett to Seattle, Bellevue, both of those are right around 40 minutes. I'm Ted Beaner with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
And at 7:14, let's head over to the news desk where Katrina Gashard is here. And you are talking about a halftime legend taking a tumble.
Indeed. Unicyclist Red Panda is recovering from a left wrist fracture. The acrobat was hurt when she fell from her bike, which is more than 7 feet high, to the court during her halftime performance at the WNBA Commissioner's Cup. Red Panda's team says the mishap occurred because her unicycle was damaged. Indiana Fever teammates Lexi Hull and Caitlin Clark jumped on Sydney Colson's live stream celebrating the team's victory over the Minnesota Lynx to send their support to Red Panda for a speedy recovery.
Red Panda! Red Panda got hurt at halftime. Feel better. You guys on that bike and we love you, Red Panda! Red Panda, if you're watching! Red Panda! Red Panda, if you're watching! We love you.
Red Panda was released from the hospital just yesterday.
I think I speak for all of us when we say to Red Panda, get well soon.
Yes.
Indeed.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Well, the monthly jobs report is out, showing stronger than expected hiring of 147,000 new net jobs. It's a sign the labor market remains strong despite worries of tariffs or an economic slowdown. Here's CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger.
We saw more job losses in the federal government, but just 7,000, though that number is down by 69,000 since peaking in January. State and local jobs more than made up for those 7,000 jobs lost, adding almost 50,000 jobs.
Jill Schlesinger reporting there. Unemployment dropped a notch to 4.1%.
Well, we've mentioned the 4th of July is expected to bring another big travel rush to airports across the country, putting a renewed focus on recent air traffic control issues. CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve found out how pilots prepare for major disruptions while flying.
Blacked out air traffic control screens, communications issues in Newark, Denver, and Jacksonville, all since April. Signs of an aging air traffic control system.
Currently, we are stopped on departures. Approach control lost their radar again.
Well, I don't want those to happen.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy.
The pilots, when that happens, they know that they have to look to another center or TRACON or tower to communicate with, and they also have to pay close attention and stay away from each other.
Ahead of the next big summer travel push, we wanted to see that in action.
We operate on a system of multiple layers of redundant systems.
Captain Miles Morgan oversees United Airlines Flight Training Center in Denver.
Was losing air traffic control on the list of things you practice?
This is not the first time this has happened. One of the first things you learn as a pilot when you're getting your instrument rating in a small airplane is what to do if you lose communication with the air traffic control facility. All right, ready to go?
Yeah.
Clear for takeoff.
Inside a 737 MAX simulator, we are at the controls for a first-hand look taking off from a simulated Newark Liberty Airport.
100 knots.
Once airborne, we're dialed into air traffic control on an assigned radio frequency.
Air traffic control goes out right now. You're over New York City. What happens?
So the first thing is I'm on this primary frequency. I would immediately go to the frequency that I was last on, which is now in my standby.
Another radio is set to an emergency channel that all ATC centers and other aircraft can hear. If that doesn't work,
the third layer of redundancy we have is this text messaging system.
While flying, the 737's transponder sends a signal identifying the plane to controllers and other aircraft. Pilots can change that number to 7600, the code for comms trouble.
Hey, this aircraft has lost communication, so they'll start separating aircraft, around from us.
All airliners also have an onboard collision avoidance system known as TCAS that's scanning the skies for other planes.
Traffic.
So now I'm going to stop everything that I'm doing. I'm going to look at my navigation display, and I see that I've got traffic encroaching on me 600 feet above.
What happens if you're not a safe distance away?
So my aircraft would give me a command. If my aircraft was told to descend, that aircraft would be told to climb, and that would increase the separation.
If there's one of these ATC outages and I'm in the air, I'm a passenger, am I less safe because of that?
Absolutely not less safe. You might be inconvenienced because we're going to immediately have delays.
Those delays happen because air traffic controllers will immediately limit the number of aircraft operating in the chunk of airspace that's having issues. Air traffic controllers also have backup radio channels, and if one center does go dark, other FAA facilities can track the airplanes in the air, so no one's lost in space, if you will, and all this is going on amid the push for billions of dollars to modernize the air traffic control system.
That's Chris Van Cleve reporting. This comes as federal authorities are investigating an incident in which a small skydiving plane went off the runway at an airport in Williamstown, New Jersey. This happened yesterday, and it injured 15 people on board. Andrew Halter is with the Glassboro, New Jersey Police Department.
The pilot did report engine trouble prior to the crash. The official cause of the crash is still under investigation, and is a joint investigation being led by Monroe Township Police Department, Gloucester County Prosecutor's Office, and the Federal Aviation Administration.
President Trump will welcome Idon Alexander to the White House today. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Idon Alexander is a dual U.S.-Israeli citizen who was held hostage by Hamas in Gaza for 19 months. He was released last month in what the White House has described as a gesture to President Trump. Alexander, who is now 21, moved to Israel after he graduated from high school in New Jersey. He was serving in the Israeli military when he was abducted during the October 7th attack. His meeting with the president comes as Trump says Israel has agreed to the terms of a ceasefire in Gaza and ahead of Monday's planned White House meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
New numbers have just been released on measles cases, and it's concerning. WSB's Sabrina Cupid says we're very close to a record high.
The Atlanta-based CDC saying that we have 1,267 confirmed cases of measles now in the United States. That is just 7 cases shy of the total we had in 2019. Now, this means we are near a new record since measles was declared eliminated 25 years ago. A majority of the cases, 92%, are in those who are unvaccinated. So far, there have been 3 confirmed deaths this year.
The network owned by former daytime talk show host Dr. Phil McGraw has filed for bankruptcy.
Merritt Street Media was launched less than 2 years ago.
You truly think it's the love story of the century? Really?
The television and entertainment company filed for bankruptcy protection just weeks after laying off 40 employees in a second wave of job cuts. A third of the staff was let go last August. Dr. Phil's platform launched in 2023 with ambitions of becoming one of the most widely distributed startup networks in modern history, according to a company announcement. The network offers TV personalities including Dr. Phil, Nancy Grace, and Steve Harvey. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
More than 35,000 tons of discarded plastic were shipped from the U.S. to Malaysia last year. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports that practice ends today.
The country has effectively banned all U.S. shipments of plastic waste. The United States has increasingly relied on countries like Malaysia to deal with its plastic trash after China banned it in 2018. But now under new Malaysian guidelines, plastic and hazardous waste is prohibited from countries that have not ratified the Basel Convention. The U.S. hasn't signed the treaty.
A renowned sleep guru has died, as we hear from CBS's Deborah Rodriguez.
Like to catch a snooze in the middle of the day? You can thank James Moss for the power nap. His family says the Cornell professor who popularized the term has died at the age of 86. He packed lecture halls and sold books promoting research into the cognitive and health benefits of getting enough sleep. Moss, a social psychologist, cited the culture of muscling through as the enemy, challenging perceptions that being bleary-eyed and sleep-deprived was a mark of success. His recipe, 15 to 20 minutes of shut-eye when you're yawning wide. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
I wish I could nap. I cannot do it.
I have absolutely no problem with it.
Yeah. That's why I'm in bed at 6:30, 7 o'clock at night. My wife thinks I'm weird.
I am, Will.
Yeah.
You are.
I have to, well,
on
thank
many,
you.
on
Appreciate
many fronts. Not just because of that.
I heard that, Manda.
I'm kidding. I'm going to go take a nap.
Ted's at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
I'm not napping over here yet. Maybe I should be. I don't know. The traffic report is brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. It is Getaway Thursday ahead of the holiday weekend. Ferries are on schedule. Keep that in mind that yesterday afternoon, the Mukilteo Terminal had a 3-hour wait. So now if you're heading out of town, it's a good time to hit the roads or onto a ferry. There are no reported crashes or stalls at this moment with the roads moving near the speed limit. But by late this morning, that's going to be a different story. The only significant slowing right now is on northbound I-5 through Midway and from Albro into downtown. Got some brake lights on northbound 167 approaching 405, as well as northbound 405 through the Renton Curves and up the Kennydale Hill. And we got some crowding on southbound 405 as you go through the Canyon Park area. Drive times, Everett to Seattle, Bellevue, both of those are now right around 45 minutes. Coming in from the south end, Olympia, Tacoma, just under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle is 47 minutes. 25 of those are from South Center. Puyallup to Renton is 32 minutes, and Renton to Bellevue is just 18 minutes. Join them for Life in Color on August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get tickets at nwhopeandhealing.org. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beener.
Our forecast says starting out pretty cloudy, but we'll see some peaks of sunshine by afternoon again. A little cooler than it was yesterday, 72 today. Tomorrow, partly sunny for your 4th of July and mid-70s. Picture perfect, if you ask me. Through the weekend, we'll be in the mid-70s with partly to mostly sunny skies, and the sunshine continues into next week. By Monday, we'll be up in the 80s again. It's cloudy and 56 in Seattle right now.
Coming up, the breaking story of the King County assessor and candidate for King County executive. He's in jail right now. James Lynch will join us live coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's Morning News every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show, and even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only. Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color
exactly
vision.
What I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
It was a lot of tennis over a lot of years that took its toll physically on Michael.
I may have had the heart of a champion, but the ordinary body that kept breaking down.
But Michael knew exactly who to call. Dr. Mark Wagner, who recommended stem cell therapy.
He did my left knee, and then I had a torn Achilles. I would have been out for over a year. And it was like 5 weeks later, I was on a golf course again. The latest, I got my hip done because I ripped a glute connection to the hip joint. Boy, did that hurt. Once again, here I am walking golf courses and I'm hiking around on the beaches. And if I'd had surgery, I'd still be walking around with a walker.
Quite a few of Dr. Wagner's patients have told me that, so you'd recommend him.
Oh, absolutely. I can't say enough about the man and what he does. To me, it's a miracle breakthrough in injury treatment. It works.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, knee, even an Achilles.
He says he can do any joint in the body. I believe him.
Before choosing surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Celebrate the red, white, and beautiful during the July 4th sale at Dania Furniture. Take up to 50% off an assortment of styles for your whole home. Be sure to shop early for the best deals. Stop by our 4 local showrooms today or shop online at daniafurniture.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
7:31, we begin with developing news this morning. King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson sits in the King County Jail.
And with the latest, we're joined by KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Yeah, Charlie, this story broke late last night. G. Scott with the G and Ursula show got a tip that Wilson had been arrested and booked into the King County Jail for investigation of stalking and violating a court order, according to Seattle Police and the King County Jail roster. Wilson has been embroiled in a very public legal battle with his former fiancée, Lee Keller, over a restraining order she filed against him. In an interview with John Curley last month, Wilson said Keller was once again preparing to drop her restraining order against him.
This is the third time that she has taken some action like this, and each and every time she has withdrawn it before it ever went to court.
Keller sent us a statement denying Wilson's claim, saying the restraining order is still very active and she planned to address the matter in court. Last month, the King County Council unanimously passed a vote of no confidence in Wilson, who is also running for King County Executive. We've reached out to Keller's attorney, and we will have much more on this developing story coming up throughout the day. Charlie, Manda.
Okay, thank you, James. We have an update this morning on that wildfire burning near Chelan.
King TV reports the Apple Acres fire has already scorched 2,000 acres. Level 2 evacuation orders are still in place near Highway 97. That means people should be ready to leave quickly if needed. Level 1 alerts are posted near Antoine Creek Road. The fire broke out just yesterday afternoon and spread very fast through dry brush. Traffic is down to one lane on Highway 97 near Wells Dam. No timeline yet on when it will reopen.
The busy holiday travel weekend is picking up on both land and water. If you're hopping on a ferry, spokesperson Justin Fujioka tells us what to expect.
Yeah, we're expecting nearly 400,000 riders from today through Sunday when you add that all up together.
400,000. He highly suggests to monitor the Washington State Ferry's website for updates on availability and wait times.
Well, it's going to be busy on the roads, too, at 7:33. Let's get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Chris Sullivan has the day off. Ted Beaner's here.
Thank you, Amanda. Good morning, everybody. The roads are moving well throughout the Puget Sound region, and that includes the Narrows and Lake Bridges. Ferries are running on schedule. A good time to use a ferry. All road projects have been put on pause through the holiday weekend yet. There are areas of slowing in the usual spots, and that includes southbound 405 through Canyon Park, northbound I-5 from Mid-Boeing Field into downtown, northbound 405 has got some brake lights from the Renton Curves to the VMAC, and there is now some slowing going over Tiger Mountain on eastbound State Route 18. That means some people are starting to head out of town. Some drive times: Auburn to Renton, 15 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, that has climbed to a half hour. Federal Way to Seattle is 45 minutes, and coming in from the north end, Everett to Seattle, 35 minutes, while Everett to Bellevue is near 45 minutes. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beaner.
Well, if you've lived in Seattle a while, you know we say that summer doesn't officially start until
the 5th of July.
Well, that assumption is out the window.
Love it.
Partly sunny today, a high of 72, 75 for our high tomorrow on Independence Day. This weekend, 74 Saturday, 77 Sunday. We're talking 81 by Monday.
Beautiful.
Right now in Seattle, it's 56 and cloudy at 7:35.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974. This is KIRO News Radio.
We are now hearing from the family of Manny Ellis, who died in police custody in 2020 after they reached a $6 million settlement with the city of Tacoma. KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibao has more.
It's not going to bring back our brother.
In 2022, Pierce County reached a $4 million settlement with the family, now bringing the total payout to $10 million. Ellis's siblings say the settlement does not equal justice, but believe going through a civil trial, which could potentially last years, would only cause their family more pain.
You don't get time to actually breathe. You don't have time to heal when the constant, wound is being cut open or exposed, and it's hard.
They say justice for Ellis should come in the form of accountability.
And the officers involved and acquitted in this case also got paid by the city. With that part of the story, here's KIRO 7 TV's Jake Chapman.
Matthew Collins, Christopher Shane Burbank, and Timothy Rainkine all split a $1.5 million payment to leave the department after the trial. Then Rainkine last year filed a $47 million lawsuit for damages against the city. We've heard very little from the three since. Burbank was hired by the Thurston County Sheriff's Office a bit later, then fired after only days on the job because of the community's backlash.
It's 7:36. Blood banks are hoping you'll consider it your patriotic duty to donate blood around Independence Day. KIRO News Radio's Heather Bosch has more.
The need for blood donations is constant, says Juan Cotto of BloodWorks.
The number one surgical procedure is still blood transfusions. I believe that one happens every 2 seconds in the United States.
He says hospitals often require more blood during the summer, with Americans traveling and engaging in more activities.
We see an increase in accidents.
In fact, he says the time between Memorial Day and Labor Day is often referred to as the trauma season, or the 100 deadliest days.
We want to make sure that if there is a situation where a person needs blood, that it's available for them.
Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are pushing Hamas to agree on a ceasefire. News Nation's Robert Sherman reports it'll likely be a point of discussion during Netanyahu's upcoming trip to Washington, D.C.
President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu both have said rather publicly that they want a deal. They want a ceasefire deal that Hamas could potentially agree to. And that's part of what we're anticipating these conversations are going to look like over the coming days here. Initial reactions that we're getting here is that Hamas has found, at the very least, the framework of the deal to be suitable. We're expected to get their formal answer sometime this week here. But all this is coming as you have Prime Minister Netanyahu preparing to head to Washington, D.C. for this meeting with President Trump at the White House here. There's certainly a lot of pressure coming from different directions in order to get a deal done, as Israel has made its stance very clear. A non-starter for them, the hostages must be released.
Hamas still holds 50 of our hostages in crew captivity. The war can end tomorrow if it releases them and lays down its arms. We are serious in our will to reach a hostage deal and a ceasefire.
For over 630 days, hostages like Alon Ohel have been held in Gaza. He was taken from the Nova Music Festival on October 7th, and according to hostages who have since been released, is injured and imprisoned in Hamas's tunnels. His mother praying that this moment in time might be different and his release may soon be secured.
I have hope, and I've been optimistic from day one.
Do you have a message for the Prime Minister? Is there something that you would like to tell him before he has that meeting at the White House?
Well, obviously, it's just bring them home now.
Up to now, a major sticking point for Israel has been Hamas's status on the other side of this war. The big question that has still not been answered: who will be controlling Gaza once the war ends? Where does Hamas fit into this equation here?
News Nation's Robert Sherman. It's 7:39. Mr. Breener, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we got more cars on the road. I'll tell you more about it, where we've got some slowing in just a few moments.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon? What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic has been helping people live longer, healthier lives for more than 25 years. I've recently talked with Dr. Mixon about his approach to proactively focusing on prevention. Dr. Mixon, I first met you in 2009, and I went in there and I told you I wasn't feeling well, couldn't gain any muscle mass, couldn't sleep well, I was stressed out, and you looked at me and you said, yeah, I know what your problem is.
And all we did was we measured your values and we moved your values back to those of a nice, healthy 25-year-old man.
I have taken your blood work to my doctor, and he was shocked. He couldn't believe the depth in which you study my blood.
We need to draw a distinction between living a long time and getting old. And that's what longevity is all about, is we are here to do the measurements and help you fix those problems.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
Dayandnight.net.
You got a pipe with a leak, water's reaching its peak.
Dayandnight.net.
Your old water heater, she's starting to peter.
Dayandnight.net.
The throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
Dayandnight.net.
Have a clogged drain, water heater issue, or plumbing repair, and wish you could get a second opinion? Maybe it's sticker shock, or you'd like to know your options. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Don't feel trapped. Do the smart thing and get a second opinion. Day and Night will provide you with a fair and honest quote, explain all your options, and help you with the right solution. Give us a call or visit dayandnight.net. I guarantee you, whether Day and Night is your first choice or smart second opinion, we'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Dayandnight.net.
Lowe's knows how to set off your July 4th with savings. Right now, buy one, get one free on select one-coat coverage interior paint via Visa gift card rebate. Plus, get 2 select 2 or 2.5 quart red, white, and blue annuals for just $10. Hurry, these July 4th deals won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/9. Selection varies by location. While supplies last, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. More terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/rebates for more details.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
It's 7:43, and we check in with Ted Beener at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thank you, Charlie. It is Getaway Thursday ahead of the holiday weekend. I am pleased to report the ferries are running on schedule, and there are no reported crashes or stalls, with most roadways moving near the speed limit. By late this morning, though, that's going to be a different story. The only significant slowing found at this moment, because we do have more cars on the road, is on northbound I-5 as you go through the Midway area and from the north end of Boeing Field into downtown. We got some brake lights on northbound 167 approaching 405. Northbound 405 is pretty slow from the Renton Curves and up and over the Kennydale Hill to the VMAC. And we got some crowding on southbound 405 through the Canyon Park area, as well as from Beardsley to 160th in Bothell. Drive times, Everett to Seattle is near 35 minutes, while Everett to Bellevue is now about 45 minutes. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma, just under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle, 50 minutes now. 29 of those are from South Center. Puyallup to Renton, 33 minutes, and Renton to Bellevue is a half hour. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beener.
Starting to see a few breaks in the clouds. More of that as the day goes on. We'll see some sunshine by afternoon and 72 today. For tomorrow, 4th of July, perfect. 75 and partly sunny. And then Saturday and Sunday, partly to mostly sunny with highs in the mid-70s up into the low 80s on Monday. Right now in Seattle, we have mostly cloudy skies. It's 56.
7:45 now. Jurassic World Rebirth is stomping toward a massive global debut. Here's Katrina with details.
So the movie takes place 5 years after the events of Jurassic World Dominion. Scarlett Johansson's character, Zora Bennett, tries to get a life-saving drug from the surviving creatures, but of course, it's just not that easy. In an exclusive interview with Entertainment Tonight, the actress says there was definitely a different kind of training she had to do for this other than her Marvel movie, Black Widow.
I mean, it's different. I'm Black Widow. Of course, I play somebody who's fighting, hand-to-hand combat. In this film, I do a lot of running away. running towards, and running away. You're no match for those dinos. You're just trying to survive and get everybody out safely.
Jurassic World Rebirth is out right now.
You going to see it, Katrina?
I am.
Okay. I know you love these popcorn movies. That's awesome.
I do.
Okay. Well, coming up, we have G. Scott stopping by the studio. We're talking Cal Raleigh.
Well, why shouldn't we? He's awesome.
This is Seattle's Morning News.
What's as American as apple pie? Hot tubs. And during our All-American Hot Tub event, you'll get sweet savings on a fabulous saltwater hot tub and enjoy interest-free financing through 2028. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Check out the Puyallup Tribe's Firecracker Alley's new location at 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Stock up now for your 4th and enjoy great food at Firecracker Alley. 3509 72nd Street East in Tacoma. Open now through July 4th.
Subaru of Puyallup is known for making your car buying experience stress-free no matter what. Olivia here from Subaru of Puyallup. We've provided stress-free sales and service through storms, supply hiccups, even a pandemic. You can count on a stress-free experience no matter what's around the corner. Right now, we have over 300 brand new Subaru vehicles on the lot with stress-free pricing plus excellent stress-free trade-in values. Come in and secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup.
With Clear Choice dental implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again. Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
7:48, and Cal Raleigh making more history, becoming the first Mariners catcher to be named an all-star starter.
His magical season continues. He's a walking, talking history book. It is the season of Cal Raleigh.
Yes, it is. Joining us now from the G and Ursula show, G. Scott, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
He is the man.
Like my man Baby said, hey, y'all got to put some respect on his name. And when it comes to Cal Raleigh, right, outside of Seattle, he's not really a big name because the upper left corner of the United States of America gets disrespected a lot. There's a lot of East Coast bias.
Yeah.
You know him now. He's got 33 home runs. He leads Major League right now in home runs, and he just got named the starter for the American League as the catcher. All-Star game is going to be in Atlanta, and he's going to be the starter. This is the first time that a Mariners hitter has been named the starter since Nelson Cruz back in 2015. And as you all know, there have been 2 catchers that have been named All-Stars for the Mariners. Cal Raleigh, obviously, and then his manager back in 1996, Dan Wilson. So this is cool.
You continuing to feel good about this season, G?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's the thing about baseball. A lot of things can happen between now and the rest of the season. But it's time to start getting serious. It's halfway through as the All-Star break is coming up, and the team still they got things in play. Cal Raleigh is obviously playing lights out, and they still have the pitching. I do like this team. And just imagine when Julio gets really on fire.
Mm-hmm. Well, exciting news for Cal, but I got to ask you. Tomorrow is the 4th of July. It's Independence Day.
Yeah.
I'm busting out the smoker starting today. What is on the Scott menu for tomorrow?
Nothing.
I don't believe you.
As you all know, you guys know, if you listen to KIRO Radio, I've been in the yard, right? Yeah. And I'm really getting this yard put together. And it's not going to be done till like the end of the month. So nothing's happening at my house. My wife says we're going somewhere with maybe some of the friends to go hang out, but other than that, nothing. I'm trying to get my sexy back, y'all. I'm really trying not to eat. But I did come in here and say one thing to you and Manda and my man Ted here. I said, there's one food. If there's one food that you have to have on the 4th, or there's one food that has to be at the get-together. And if it's not there, your place sucks. You got to have a hot dog. There needs to be hot dogs there. Even if you don't eat it.
I was going to say, there has to be a hot dog.
There has to be a hot dog. There needs to be the smell of a hot dog. And if you're like, oh, gee, I don't eat that. That's fine. Don't eat it. But at least have it there. Understand that there are people that can't go to the 4th. It's like going to a baseball game for Manda and not having a hot dog.
That's where I have a hot dog.
Considering my wife works for a sausage and hot dog company, I'm under a legal obligation to say so.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
We got some good stuff this weekend.
What is going to be the one thing that you look forward to eating? What is the one thing? You can pick one.
One thing, well, of course, the bratwurst. Yum.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I'm making this starting today.
What's in the
I've got
smoker?
this recipe they're called lollipop drumsticks.
Oh,
you
tried it out,
Yeah,
right?
I tried it out previously.
Yeah.
So I'm making a big batch to bring over to my buddy's tomorrow. He's got a place on a lake, and we'll just heat them up over there on his propane grill. But we'll use the smoker today to get these all up nice. It's going to be so tasty.
What makes it a lollipop drumstick?
So you basically it involves cutting part on the bone, and you are able to get out everything. You eat it like a.
Let me explain to you.
All right.
Okay. Take a drumstick.
Yes.
Imagine a drumstick.
Yes.
And then you would cut the meat down at the bottom, and then you would take the meat all the way up to the top.
Okay.
So where you only have bone exposed.
It's like those old push-up popsicle things.
Kind of, yeah. Kind of. Yeah, but it's delicious. So good, especially in a smoker.
So before you said something that I just thought about.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe my friends, or all two of them, might be listening. I need to do an audit of my friends.
Okay.
I don't have any friends living on a lake.
Oh, darn.
And you said, and I was thinking about that, right? Like, Now I've already gone through. I've had, I've had friends with boats. Okay, I'm done with that stage. I can't be on the boats no more. That's that part of my life's over. But I need friends that live on the lake.
Exactly.
You do.
I was saying this earlier. Don't necessarily buy a house on a lake, but make friends who have bought a house on a lake.
Too much maintenance.
Yeah, a lot of savings
Charlie,
there, G.
can you tell them that you want to bring your one?
Yeah, why don't you just crash the party?
Your one friend from work.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Your only friend.
I'm bringing Manda.
Oh, sorry, G.
Oh man. All right,
y'all.
G Scott coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio.
It's 7:54. We need to get to traffic now, and for that, Ted Beaner's in for Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thanks, Manda. On the Maple Valley Highway, you got new crashes reported between 131st and Maplewood Avenue, so be aware of that. Otherwise, the roads are moving well throughout the Puget Sound region, including the Narrows and Lake Bridges. Ferries are running on schedule. All road projects have been put on pause as you go through the holiday weekend, so all of us can get around. There is some areas of slowing, though, in some of the usual spots, and that includes southbound 405 through Canyon Park, as well as from Beardsley down through about 160th there in Bothell. Northbound I-5 is slowing from mid-Boeing Field into downtown. Northbound 405 has got brake lights from the Renton Curves to the VMAC, and there is some slowing going over Tiger Mountain on eastbound State Route 18 as people starting to head out of town. Drive times, Auburn to Renton, 16 minutes. Renton to Bellevue is near 30 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle is 45 minutes. And Everett to Seattle, 35 minutes, while Everett to Bellevue is near 45 minutes. I'm Ted Biener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
Looks like a fantastic forecast. 72, partly sunny today. 75, partly sunny for the 4th of July. Mid-70s to low 80s this weekend. Right now in Seattle, it's 56.
And coming up in just a few minutes, about 8:15 here on Seattle's Morning News, State Representative Jim Walsh joins us to talk about Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. This is KIRO News Radio.
Download the KIRO Newsradio app, where you can watch us live or stream us live anywhere, anytime.
How would this initiative, whatever this initiative is, how would he fund it?
Stay connected everywhere. Download the KIRO Newsradio app. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena, Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales Event this Saturday, July 5th through July 20th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales Event starting this Saturday. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Jim Singletary here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we're not afraid to tell you no. Looking for a roofing company that'll do cheap, fast work and just cover up the problem? No, that's not us. Want a quick quote without a real inspection? Nope. Just want a price without knowing your options? Not happening. Look, we don't want to tell you no, but if saying yes means cut corners, bad results, or wasted money, we won't do it. Period. And here's the deal. Seattle gets 150 rainy days a year. That's not wait and see weather, it's call RoofSmart now weather. We say no to leaky roofs, sloppy work, and bad estimates, and yes to thorough inspections, accurate quotes, and top quality work that actually lasts. So if you want an honest roofer who's not afraid to say no to bad work, call RoofSmart today at 206-487-4877 or visit GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he has the Republican votes to pass President Trump's big budget bill. All morning, Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries has been urging rejection.
All we need is 4 Republicans to show John McCain levels of courage when it comes to protecting the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people.
CBS's Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill.
This is a procedural tool that leaders have in moments like this. It's not uncommon or unusual. I would point out that back in 2021, we saw his predecessor, former House Speaker and former Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, use a magic minute where he broke the record, holding the floor for about 8.5 hours in protest of President Biden's Build Back Better bill.
An important piece of news out today from the government.
The June jobs report is out, and it was better than expected. 147,000 jobs created. That's more than the 115 or 20,000 that economists thought would be created during the month. And the previous 2 months were revised higher by a total of 16,000 jobs.
Our business analyst Jill Schlesinger, the unemployment rate dipped down to 4.1%. In a court filing, attorneys for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man mistakenly deported to El Salvador, say he was beaten and suffered psychological torture while imprisoned there. He's now held in Tennessee. Russia's President Vladimir Putin revealed he would speak by phone today with President Trump. CBS's Willie James Inman is at the White House.
We await a readout from the White House or from the president himself. He oftentimes will post about the conversation he had. I'll note previous conversations have touched on a range of issues, not just a Ukraine and Russia war, but the situation in the Middle East as well.
The Supreme Court's agreed to review a case on transgender students' participation in school sports, reviewing lower court rulings in favor of transgender athletes in Idaho and West Virginia. For millions of us hitting the road for the July 4th holiday, CBS's Michael Wallace tells us filling up won't be as costly as last summer.
AAA pegs the national average at $3.17 a gallon, down 33 cents from a year ago, and the lowest July 4th prices in 4 years. AAA's Robert Sinclair says there were fears the fighting between Israel and Iran would push gas prices higher.
That did not happen, so there's kind of a return to normalcy that's happening as a result.
Still, a recent AAA survey found the pain point for 40% of Americans is $3 a gallon.
And checking Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 350. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
It's 8:03, and we head over to Ted Beener at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Thanks, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by Northwest Hope and Healing. On the Maple Valley Highway, we've got a crash reported between 131st and Maplewood Avenue. And on southbound Mukilteo Speedway at Alderwood Mall Drive, we've got debris reported partially blocking the right lane. Otherwise, it is a getaway Thursday ahead of the holiday weekend. I'm pleased to report that the ferries are on schedule, and there are no reported other crashes or stalls at this moment, with most roadways moving at the speed limit. But by late this morning, that's going to be a different story. There are areas of slowing, though, such as northbound I-5, from mid-Boeing Field into downtown. Got some brake lights on northbound 167 approaching 405. Northbound 405 slows as you go through the Renton curves up through the VMAC area. And we got some crowding on southbound 405 through Canyon Park, as well as Beardsley to 160th and Bothell. Drive times, Everett to Seattle Bellevue. They have eased a bit now to around 35 minutes. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma, just under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle, 48 minutes. 28 of those are from South Center. Puyallup to Renton is 34 minutes, and Renton to Bellevue is about a half hour. Join them for Life in Color on August 17th, honoring the journey of those impacted by cancer. Get tickets at nwhopeandhealing.org. KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beener.
8:04 Thursday morning, July 3rd, 2025. This is Seattle's Morning News. I'm Charlie Harger with Manda Factor.
We continue to follow developing news this hour. King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson sits in the King County Jail following his arrest last night.
And KIRO News Radio's James Lynch joins us live with new details.
Yeah, guys, don't think anyone saw this coming, but G. Scott with the G and Ursula show got a tip last night that Wilson had been arrested and booked into the King County Jail for investigation of stalking and violating a court order. That, according to Seattle police and the King County Jail roster. Wilson has been embroiled in a very public legal battle with his former fiancée Lee Keller over a restraining order she filed against him. In an interview last month with John Curley, Wilson said Keller was preparing to drop her restraining order against him.
She's reneged on what she already signed and was ready to be filed with the court.
Now, Keller sent a statement to KIRO News Radio denying Wilson's claim, saying the restraining order is still very active and she will address the matter in court. Last month, the King County Council unanimously passed a vote of no confidence in Wilson, who is also running for King County Executive. We will have much more on this developing story coming up throughout the day.
Thank you, James. Seattle police are investigating a shooting in Capitol Hill overnight. Happened just after midnight outside a bar on East Pike Street.
Officers found a 29-year-old man shot in the stomach near Union and Boren. They gave first aid until Seattle fire crews got there. Medics took the man to Harborview in serious condition. Police say he got into a fight with several people before someone pulled a gun. The shooter took off in a car and hasn't been found. Officers recovered a shell casing and some other evidence at the scene. Detectives are still working to figure out what led to the shooting.
Volumes are picking up across the region as travelers race out to their holiday destinations. KIRO News Radio's Nate Connors tells us what to expect if you're traveling by ferry.
The 4th of July weekend is one of the busiest for Washington State ferries.
Yeah, we're expecting nearly 400,000 riders from today
through Sunday when you add that all up together.
Spokesperson Justin Fujioka also has some advice to avoid those big delays.
Best thing to do is download our Watch.mobile app or visit our website for all the updates you need.
To avoid any delay at all, it's recommended to walk on. Nate Connors, KIRO News Radio.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
So good to have you with us. This is a holiday for the company, so
I know
it's kind of a ghost town out in the station, but we're here.
Why I wore my overalls, because I knew no one would be here today.
You know, people are watching, though.
I know. I kind of forgot about that part.
Well, that's Manda. I'm Charlie. Sully is out today, but Ted Beener, you are filling in ably. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me here, and I hope everybody's going to have a great 4th of July weekend.
For sure.
Beautiful.
And a safe one. We're going to talk with you a little later about water safety and fireworks as well. So that'll be coming up. Whole gang is here. We have David Burbank's fill-in producer is Jonah Oakleaf today. Katrina Gashard is out at the news desk, and Nick Krasia is running the board and picking the music.
And this hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Well, coming up this hour of the show, Ted will talk to us about what water safety ideas he has for you as you're heading to lakes and rivers, but the cold temperatures mean a spike in boating injuries and fatalities, so safety is top of mind.
Also coming up, historian, lawyer, and filmmaker Steve Edmiston shares the lesser-known story of the Maury Island UFO sighting in the Pacific Northwest, which helped spark the UFO hysteria of 1947.
It's 8:08 here on Seattle's Morning News. There were dramatic courtroom moments in a Boise courtroom yesterday as Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty. KIRO News Radio's Scott Carty has details.
It wasn't what some family members of victims wanted to hear, but it's what they knew to be true. Wearing a gray dress shirt and a dark gray tie, Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty to killing 4 University of Idaho students.
The murder of Madison Mogen.
Guilty.
For the murder of Kaylee Gonsalves.
Guilty.
First-degree murder of Xana Kernodle.
Guilty.
Ethan Chapin.
Guilty.
Moments before, Latah County prosecuting attorney Bill Thompson outlined the evidence they have to prove Kohberger's guilt, including a thumbs-up bathroom selfie Kohberger took in the hours after the murders. Sentencing is set for July 23rd. Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
KIRO 7 TV's Gary Horker continues our coverage. He was there as Kohberger pleaded guilty. He says one of the victim's fathers, Steve Gonsalves, chose to stay outside the courtroom as a form of protest.
And told the media scrum that he was disgusted by even the possibility that Brian Kohberger was going to be able to, and I'm coming as close to quoting here as possible, to getting his own way and calling his own shots and not being able to answer for his crime.
And Horker was there as the family of victim Kaylee Gonsalves drove off after the hearing.
They have something written on the side that says "Honk for Justice," Kaylee Gonsalves, and that's the mother and Haley's sister in that car, and in the car behind them, that's Steve Gonsalves and his son going home.
It's 8:10 now. Independence Day is tomorrow, and people will be out celebrating all weekend. That means there's an increase of chances for accidents and a need for blood. Juan Cotto with BloodWorks is urging people to donate.
We are looking for O positive and O negative blood donors. O positive is the largest percentage of people in our population. O negative is the universal blood type that can be used in just about any circumstance.
But people with all blood types are welcome. Cotto says the number one surgical procedure is a blood transfusion. Happens about every 2 seconds in the United States. BloodWorks will be open on the 4th of July to take donations.
The Labor Department says this morning the economy added more jobs than expected in June, while the jobless rate edged down. Job growth came in at 147,000 last month. The Economist economic editor, Archie Hall, says many parts of the economy saw job gains.
It looks going through like it was reasonably broad-based, so the kind of strongest additions seem to have been in kind of numerical terms in government employment, particularly state employment, healthcare and social assistance as well went up a fair amount.
The unemployment rate slipped to 4.1%.
Randy Arozarena is heating up. He homered for the third straight game last night at T-Mobile Park.
Swung on, crossed, center field. Isbell back. He's at the wall. He's looking up. It is gone. Randy Arozarena strikes again.
Strikes again. That solo shot in the sixth inning traveled 418 feet to center field. Helped the Mariners beat the Kansas City Royals 3-2. The M's wrap up the series with the Royals tonight, then welcome the Pirates to town for the weekend. And you can hear it on 710 Seattle Sports.
And then there's the big baseball news for the Big Dumper.
Here's the stretch. This will be ball 2. No, instead of swinging a fly ball deep to right field. Going back, Kirstead to the warning track to the wall. Goodbye, baseball. Just into the front row of seats down the right field line. Cal Raleigh with his 24th home run of the season.
Well, that number is up to 33 now, and Cal Raleigh's headed to Atlanta. Mariners catcher starting in the All-Star game. He won the fan vote with more than 70%. He's the first Mariners hitter to start since Nelson Cruz in 2015, and the first Seattle catcher to make it since his own manager, Dan Wilson, in 1996. He leads the league in home runs and RBI now, and the All-Star game is set for Tuesday, July 15th.
So cool. Let's get a check on the weather now, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
A little bit of cloud cover this morning will clear, and we'll see plenty of sunshine this afternoon. Should be a nice day, a little cooler than yesterday in the low to mid 70s, say about 72 to 75 from Seattle through Olympia. Same thing in Tacoma. A little cooler in Everett, but still very nice. Tomorrow, sunshine, then increasing clouds late in the day from some thunderstorm and shower activity east of the Cascades. So I do think you see more clouds for fireworks. We'll just have to watch how far west that moisture drifts. Still about 74, 75. Morning clouds, afternoon sun on Saturday at about 74, 75, and then upper 70s Sunday, and absolutely back into the 80s Monday, Tuesday, and actually at this point, most of next week.
Right now it's cloudy and 57 in Seattle.
And it's 8:13. We head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. And Ted Beaners in for Chris Sullivan.
Thanks, Manda. This traffic report is brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup. Some good news. The crash on the Maple Valley Highway between 131st and Maplewood Avenue, that has cleared. And on southbound on the Mukilteo Speedway at Alderwood Mall Drive, got some debris reported partially blocking the right lane. Otherwise, the roads are moving well throughout the Puget Sound region, and that includes the Narrows and Lake Bridges. The ferries are running on schedule, and all road projects have been put on pause as we go through the holiday weekend. Yet there are areas of slowing in the usual spots, and that includes northbound I-5 from Albro into downtown. Northbound 405 has got some brake lights as you go from the Renton curves up through the VMAC area. And there is some slowing as you're going over Tiger Mountain on eastbound State Route 18 as people are starting to head out of town. Some drive times. Auburn to Renton is just 12 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, though that is right around 32 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle has east to 40 minutes. And coming in from Snohomish County, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue are now both between 30 and 35 minutes. Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership. KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic. I'm Ted Beaner.
I know it's the 3rd of July, but Katrina Gashard is here to talk about a Christmas miracle 15 years in the making.
Yes. Okay. So this guy, his name is Wayne Corprew. He lost his Redding wing, get this, back in 2010 while cutting down a tree at a Christmas tree farm in Virginia. So despite returning with a metal detector, the ring vanished until a month ago. The farm's current owners found the wedding band while planting corn by hand. And thanks to a note left by the previous owner, they tracked Wayne down, and one phone call later,
Darren said, asked me if, I described the ring to him. He said, yep, we found it. So, yeah, it was amazing.
He was amazed. He says that this proves there are still good people out there.
After 15 years, that's amazing.
That's a great story. Thank you, Katrina.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Thanks for being here on Seattle's Morning News, and we are now going to talk about the so-called Big Beautiful Bill.
Yesterday, at this time, Democratic Representative Susan Del Bene joined us to explain why she intends to vote no.
This is a big, extremely ugly bill. It would be incredibly damaging to people across the country and definitely people in our region, taking away health care from millions of people. Taking away food assistance, meaning folks aren't getting basic healthy meals, kids aren't getting basic healthy meals, energy costs going up. There's just many, many terrible, ugly things in this bill. I'm going to absolutely be voting against it and working hard to do everything I can to prevent it from moving forward.
Well, now, Washington State Republican Representative and Chairman of the state GOP, Jim Walsh, joins us to share his perspective. Good morning, Jim. I want to know your pitch to our KIRO News Radio listeners this morning, because we do have that mix of Republicans, Democrats, independents, all hanging on your every word right now.
Well, Charlie, first I want to say I need to get that corn farmer out here. I lost a key to one of my cars. And
Wasn't that amazing?
It's been like a couple of weeks, and I can't find that key. So get me his name, and I'll try to get him out.
We'll work on it.
Corn in my house. Yeah, all right. So Representative Del Bene is wrong, and she's failed, of course. The big, beautiful bill is moving forward. There was that lengthy all-night procedural vote over the night. Look, this is a controversial bill, and let's set the frame the right way. What we ought to be doing in Congress, and Representative Del Bene and the whole rest of the delegation from the state know it, is we ought to be doing normal budgets, like what we do in Olympia. You can like them, you can dislike them, but a regular budget allows for the right debate on these issues of what we spend our tax money on. These bills, these reconciliation bills, they are temporary in lieu of budgets that the Congress is passing. We haven't done a proper federal budget in like 2 decades. And this is what we get for doing all these Band-Aid fixes on our federal government spending. So that's the big issue. I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
No, I was just going to say, it seems like a no-brainer. We all need to have a budget. Why don't we do it that way?
That's the $31 trillion question. I think it has to do with the amount of national debt that's hanging over our heads. But there are lots of political reasons. Once we started the process of saying, okay, we're not going to run federal budgets anymore, we're going to do these resolutions and continuing resolutions and reconciliations, once we started down that path, it became very difficult for Congress members to tighten the belt and go back to a more time-consuming, labor-intensive process of negotiating a proper budget. So instead, we get all these temporary, short-term spending proposals, and that's what this reconciliation bill is one example of. There's several kinds of it, but this is one. And they stuff all this weird stuff into it. You may remember for a minute there, it looked like the senator from Utah was going to put a plan to sell federal land in this bill. That ended up getting pulled out because hunters went nuts and didn't want that. But, go ahead.
Jim, I'm old enough to remember when the Republicans were the party of fiscal responsibility, all about balanced budgets. But here we are adding $3.3 trillion to the deficit. How can we justify that?
Well, it's tough. What they have to do is they say, the speaker says, this is the reality we face right now. We need to pass this kind of bill to keep things going on this revolving temporary basis. And if you get into the weeds, he's right. Because this is where we are, because we've agreed to do this years ago, we're stuck now in this place. What we need is leadership at the top, and the president has indicated he wants to go this way, that gets us back to conventional budget negotiations in D.C. And that's the long-term play. This is a short-term step on the way to getting proper budgets written. Now, we have all this talk about the Medicaid effects, the Medicaid cuts that are in this proposal. There are a bunch of things in this proposal. The Medicaid is just one piece of it. And all the fear mongers that the people are going to die. And then the Representative Del Bene and Senator Murray, they have their scripted talking points. It's an ugly bill. It's not a beautiful bill. That's all rhetoric. Okay, what's the truth about the Medicaid cuts that are in this proposal? Right now in this country, we have diluted Medicaid, the program, the hybrid program, which uses federal dollars that flow through the state governments. So every state has its own version of Medicaid. In our state, we call ours Apple Health. We've had a series of decisions made in how we run Apple Health that has diluted the benefit. We've moved it away from its core principle, which is to provide basic health insurance for people who are disabled, for people who are really down and out and not able to work and find their own health insurance, and a small sliver of older people, but most older people get their health insurance from Medicare, which is a different program.
Well, I will tell you, Jim, my mom is a constituent of yours. She lives on South Boone Street. She's 81, and she is really reliant on Medicaid, meaning you're broke, and that is your last option, and she needs daily service from caregivers. So I know she's listening right now. What is your message to her about her Medicaid benefits?
Don't give in to the fear-mongering. That kind of benefit isn't affected by what the president's proposing. What the president's proposing is to remove illegal aliens and able-bodied, single men under 40 who are getting Medicaid right now because we've diluted the program and we're offering it to too many people. In the long run, the plan here, the hope here is to refocus the resources in Medicaid to its core beneficiaries, which your mom is one of, and strengthen that benefit. Right now, both caregivers that are helping your mom and rural hospitals get what are called reimbursements from Apple Health. They provide a service, and they're paid after they provide it by Apple Health a percentage of what the service they provide costs. That applies to in-home health care. It applies to getting your appendix out at a rural hospital. Whatever the service is, there's a cost to that. Let's say getting an appendix out is $5,000 to get your appendix out. Apple Health will reimburse the hospital and the doctor that does that only a part of the $5,000. They will reimburse $3,000, let's say. These numbers are all made up, but the principle's true. Well, lately it was $3,000. Now they're saying, Apple Health, well, we're going to give you $2,500. Well, we're going to give you $2,200. That's what's wrecking rural hospitals, and that has nothing to do with the big, beautiful bill. What the big, beautiful bill is trying to do is refocus Medicaid dollars to get those reimbursement numbers back up closer to what the cost of providing the service is. This applies to a rural hospital. This applies to the caregivers who help your mom. Right now, you talk to them. The reimbursements they're getting from Apple Health don't cover the costs of providing the services. We need to do better. We need to reform Medicaid, Apple Health, so that we're not diluting the benefit and we're restoring the reimbursement payments closer to what things actually cost. That's why we don't have many doctors in rural America.
Well, Jim,
it's because they only get paid 60 cents on the dollar for the services.
Jim, I know we could talk about this for another half hour, and my word of advice for you, never get sideways with my mom. Whatever you do.
I will take your word for that, Charlie. You know best of all.
Okay. Well, Jim Walsh, thank you for joining us. It's really important that we get all perspectives on this, and thank you for your time today.
Good to talk to you guys. Have a good week.
Yeah,
and
you bet.
Independence Day.
We hope you find your key and have a nice holiday. Thank you, Jim.
State Republican Party Chairman Jim Walsh. We head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk now with Ted Beener.
Thanks, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by Seattle Sports. On northbound 405 just north of I-90, we got a new crash that's blocking the left general purpose lane. Also on southbound Mukilteo Speedway at Alderwood Mall Drive, well, we've got debris there reportedly partially blocking the right lane. Otherwise, it is Getaway Thursday ahead of the holiday weekend. I am pleased to report the ferries remain on schedule, and there are no other reported crashes or stalls, with most roadways moving near the speed limit. But by late this morning, more people hitting the road. That'll be a different story. Yet there are areas of slowing. That includes northbound I-5 from Albro into downtown. We got brake lights on northbound 167 approaching 405. Northbound 405 through the Renton curves to the VMAC is pretty slow. And we got some slowing on eastbound State Route 18 going over Tiger Mountain as people are starting to head out of town. Drive times, Everett to Seattle Bellevue has improved to just under a half hour. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma, just under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle, 46 minutes. 26 of those are from South Center. Puyallup to Renton has eased to 31 minutes, and Renton to Bellevue is near a half hour. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube and click subscribe to get fresh video content daily from Seattle Sports. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO Newsradio Real-Time Traffic.
Right now, Kia of Everett has over 400 new vehicles available, and the great part, they're tariff-free. Hi, I'm Eric Butler, the General Manager with Kia of Everett. Tariff-free means you're going to save thousands of dollars, and our terrific lease and financing offers can help you purchase your new Kia now during the Kia Summer Sticker Sales event and make the most of your summer. The best drive to tariff-free savings is to Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, and fun. Visit KiaofEverett.com.
The old throne's not too well, and ooh, does it smell?
DayandNight.net. Hi, I'm Bruce, General Manager of Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Over the past 70 years, I think we've seen every drain clog out there. If your pipes aren't draining, I promise you, our experienced technicians will find the issue, the right solution, and do it at a fair price. We'll work harder than anyone to earn your trust.
Call Day and Night to save $50 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists with Puget Sound Express, the Salish Sea is absolutely packed with whales right now. The past week has seen nearly 20 humpbacks in the waters off of Port Angeles, with tremendous displays of breaching and lunge feeding. Not to be outdone, Bigg's killer whales have also been gathering in large numbers, with superpods of more than 15 individuals traveling and hunting throughout Puget Sound. Summer is heating up, and so is the whale watching. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Puget Sound Express also offers tours out of beautiful Port Townsend and Port Angeles on the Olympic Peninsula. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So, I was taking my side hustle full-time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
What's as American as apple pie? Hot tubs. And during our All-American Hot Tub event, you'll get sweet savings on a fabulous saltwater hot tub and enjoy interest-free financing through 2028. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning, 8:31, and we are following developing news this morning. King County Assessor John Arthur Wilson is in the King County Jail today.
KIRO News Radio's James Lynch joins us live with details.
Yeah, guys, this story broke late last night. G. Scott with the G and Ursula show got a tip last night that Wilson had been arrested and taken to the West Precinct. He was arrested for investigation of stalking and violating a court order, that according to Seattle police and the King County jail roster. Wilson has been embroiled in a very public legal battle with his former fiancée Lee Keller over a restraining order she filed against him. In an interview last month with a Jake and Spike show, Wilson said Keller agreed to drop the restraining order against him.
This very TRO, my former partner, Lee Keller, has already signed, with the advice of her counsel, a dismissal order of it.
Now, Keller issued a statement to KIRO News Radio denying Wilson's claim. Last month, the King County Council unanimously passed a vote of no confidence in Wilson, who is also running for King County Executive.
James, thank you. The city of Tacoma reached a $6 million settlement with the family of Manny Ellis, who died in police custody in 2020.
KIRO 7 TV's Samantha Lomibout spoke with the Ellis family.
Marcia Carter-Patterson spoke emotionally about her son, Manuel Ellis, on Wednesday.
Money will never, ever be enough to bring my son back when all I have is the cemetery to go to.
In March of 2020, videos caught Tacoma police officers holding down Ellis while he was on the ground, while Ellis yelled, "I can't breathe." In 2023, all 3 officers involved were acquitted.
Samantha Lomibout reporting. 400,000 passengers are expected to ride the state ferries by Sunday to avoid big backups at the terminals. You'll want to check the ferry's website for updates. You can also get reservations, but only on a couple routes.
There's only 2 routes that offer vehicle reservations, and that's Port Townsend, Coopville, and Anacortes, San Juan Islands, and they are highly recommended.
Spokesperson Justin Fujioka also recommends walk-ons to avoid any delays.
Well, from boats to cars. It's 8:33 and time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here is Ted Beener.
Thank you, Amanda. Northbound 405 just north of I-90, the crash has moved over to the left shoulder and all lanes are back open, so that's good news. Otherwise, the roads are moving pretty well throughout the Puget Sound region, and that includes the Narrows and Lake Bridges. The ferries are running on schedule as people are starting to head out of town. All road projects have been put on pause as we head through this holiday weekend. Yet there are some areas of slowing in the usual spots, and that includes northbound I-5 from Albro into downtown. Northbound 405 has got some brake lights from the Renton curves into Newcastle. And there is some slowing going over Tiger Mountain on eastbound State Route 18, again, as people are starting to head out of town. Drive times, Auburn to Renton is just 10 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, though, that has popped up to about 35 minutes. Federal Way to Seattle is east to 35 minutes. And coming in from Snohomish County, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, both of those are just under a half hour. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
Fabulous forecast for the 4th. We're looking at highs today at 72. It'll be partly sunny by the afternoon. Partly sunny tomorrow, high of 75. And we just continue going up in the temperatures the next few days. A high of 78 on Saturday, low 80s by Sunday, and looking very dry after that. Right now in Seattle, it's cloudy and 57.
For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
Emotional moments in a Snohomish County courtroom yesterday as Raul Benitez Santana was sentenced for killing Washington State Trooper Christopher Gadd last year. Gadd's mother, Gillian Gadd, asked the court for the maximum sentence.
Will you please exercise a fair and just sentence at the max penalty? It's the only reasonable and fair outcome from this terrible tragedy.
The judge agreed and sentenced Benitez Santana to more than 10 years, Benitez Santana was driving more than 100 miles an hour while impaired when he crashed into Trooper Gadd's patrol vehicle while he sat on the shoulder of I-5 near Marysville.
A Seattle doctor is accused of stealing powerful painkillers meant for kids. Federal agents say Andrew Vogel Podadera worked at several hospitals, including Seattle Children's and Harborview. According to the DEA, he took drugs like fentanyl while treating patients. Prosecutors say he would give part of the dose to a child or adult, then keep the rest for himself. Seattle Times says he's now charged with fraud and deception to get controlled substances. A grand jury will decide if the cases move forward. He was arrested last week at his home. He was a resident in anesthesia at the UW Medical School.
If you take prescription opioids, there is a new way to keep them safe. And the Fred Meyer's giving out free locking bags to store those meds. It's part of a state program called Lock Up Your Meds. The Washington Healthcare Authority says the goal is to stop misuse before it starts. The bags are free at all 60 Fred Meyer pharmacies in Washington. According to the Times, Fred Meyer has handed out more than 700 bags since May. The funding comes from a $100,000 federal grant.
A wild police chase ended in an unexpected catch thanks to a fisherman.
This guy's going to help let us use his boat.
Police say a 32-year-old fled a hit and run in Pierce County, leading officers on a 30-mile high-speed pursuit down I-5. When his car stopped near Centralia, the suspect bolted into the Chehalis River. Then a fisherman offered his boat to help officers reel in the suspect.
No one's trying to kill you, man. Get up on land right now. No one's trying to kill your dog. Here, grab this rope.
Suspect now faces charges of DUI and attempting to elude police.
A police chase in Linwood ended with a crash and several people in the hospital. Deputies say this started about 10 o'clock Tuesday night with a suspected DUI driver on I-5. The driver didn't stop and led deputies off the freeway at 196th. That's why the car hit another vehicle at Alderwood Mall Parkway. 5 people taken to Swedish Mill Creek as a precaution. According to the Everett Herald, 1 passenger had non-life-threatening injuries. The driver, a 33-year-old man from Marysville, was arrested, facing several charges, including DUI and reckless endangerment.
We're following an update on a Seattle woman tied to a violent cult. Teresa Youngblood is accused of killing a Border Patrol agent in Vermont. She's part of the Zizians, a group linked to 6 deaths in 3 states. Youngblood's lawyers want more time before the government decides on pursuing the death penalty in this case. They say the process is rushed. She and her partner were under surveillance when agents pulled them over. She allegedly fired first. He was killed. She was wounded. The group's been linked to a string of strange and violent crimes, including a deadly attack on a California landlord and the suspicious deaths of a Pennsylvania couple.
And we have an update this morning on the wildfire burning near Chelan. King TV reports the Apple Acres fire has already scorched 2,000 acres. Level 2 evacuation orders are still in place near Highway 97. That means people should be ready to leave quickly if necessary. Level 1 alerts are posted near Antoine Creek Road. The fire broke out yesterday afternoon. It spread fast through the dry brush. Traffic is down to 1 lane on Highway 97 near Wells Dam. No timeline yet on when that will reopen.
Gas prices across the country are falling as a record number of people travel for the 4th of July holiday.
AAA pegs the national average at $3.17 a gallon, down 33 cents from a year ago, and the lowest July 4th prices in 4 years. AAA's Robert Sinclair says there were fears the fighting between Israel and Iran would push gas prices higher.
That did not happen, so there's kind of a return to normalcy that's happening as a result.
Still, a recent AAA survey found the pain point for 40% of Americans is $3 a gallon.
And those might be the people that have staycations. Rather than hitting the road, they'll probably stay closer to home.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
We're in extreme pain around here then, if $3 is the pain point.
Yeah, I just checked the AAA price for King County. $4.69 a gallon this morning.
All righty,
$4.69.
Okay, well, we're talking travel. Let's ask Ted what's coming up in traffic.
Well, I've got some good news about the crash on northbound 405 just north of I-90. Tell you about it in just a few moments.
Independence Day, when we celebrate this great nation of ours and the many reasons we're grateful to call ourselves Americans. Freedom, liberty, time spent with friends and loved ones, and way too many burgers and hot dogs to keep count of. Wishing you a safe and happy 4th of July from KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM, mynorthwest.com, and the KIRO Newsradio app.
We all know a cancer diagnosis is physically and emotionally draining, but it can also be a financial hardship. That's why Northwest Hope and Healing is here to help. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda, a plastic surgeon who is proud to be part of Northwest Hope and Healing's mission. We provide a lifeline for breast and gynecologic cancer patients. We cover essentials like food, utilities, and childcare, so patients can focus on healing. This year, we are proud to celebrate 25 years of Northwest Hope and Healing. Since the year 2000, we have distributed over $2.8 million in direct financial assistance to thousands of local cancer patients. And you can help us make a difference. Mark your calendar for Life in Color, a summer brunch, auction, and fashion show on August 17th at the Columbia Collective in Woodinville. It's an unforgettable afternoon of unwavering hope and inspiration. Get your tickets now for Life in Color on August 17th. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more. That's nwhopeandhealing.org.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Crank up the hits and bring on the boom. It's 80s fireworks night at T-Mobile Park. Get ready for a totally tubular show on Friday, July 18th. Presented by T-Mobile. The Mariners face off against the division rival Astros at 7:10. And after the game, the sky will light up to the sound of your favorite 80s jams. Big hits on the field and more big hits after dark.
Grand slam! Julio takes it deep and clears it off.
Mariners baseball, fireworks, and hair metal? Sounds like a rad night. Lock in your seats now at Mariners.com and check out what else is on deck at the ballpark this summer, including 3 straight value games against the Brewers, July 21st through 23rd. And the next Mariners fireworks show on August 1st.
Goodbye, baseball. He does it again. Home runs in 3 consecutive games. Cal Raleigh, the big number.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
At 8:43, let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Ted Beener.
Thanks, Charlie. This traffic report is brought to you by D.R. Horton on northbound 405, just north of I-90. The crash there has been moved over to the left shoulder. It's actually in that construction zone, and all lanes are open with that backup there easing. Otherwise, the roads have been moving pretty well throughout the Puget Sound region this morning, and that includes the Narrows and Lake Bridges. The ferries are running on schedule, always good news. And all road projects have been put on pause as we head through this holiday weekend. Yet there are some areas of slowing in the usual spots, and that includes northbound I-5 from Albro into downtown. Northbound 405 has got some brake lights as you move through the Renton curves on into Newcastle. And there's some slowing going over Tiger Mountain on eastbound State Route 18 as people are starting to head out of town. Drive times, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, both of those are just under a half hour. Coming in from the south end, Olympia to Tacoma, just under 35 minutes. Tacoma to Seattle is 46 minutes. 26 of those are from South Center. Puyallup to Renton is just about a half hour, and Renton to Bellevue, that has eased now to 27 minutes. The D.R. Horton National Red Tag Sales event starts this Saturday through July 20th. Visit a D.R. Horton community today or drhorton.com. America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO News Radio, real-time traffic.
Starting the day with clouds, but we'll see peaks of sunshine by afternoon. 72 are high. For tomorrow, for the holiday, partly sunny and 75, and then Saturday and Sunday, it's just going to be a beautiful weekend. Mid-70s both days with partly to mostly sunny skies into the low 80s by Monday. Right now, it's 57 and cloudy in Seattle.
All right, Katrina's here, and I caught this story out of the corner of my eye. It's been on all the morning news shows, and I guess it caught your attention too, Katrina.
It really did.
Pig on the loose on a South Carolina highway.
Yeah, well, two state troopers found themselves in this unusual pursuit, chasing a runaway pig on one of the state's busiest highways. The pig brought traffic to a halt, and it ran along the median barrier. So Trooper Matthew Bullard posted a video on the department's social media page about the chase.
So when I arrived on scene, see a small brown pig sitting on the side of 26 on the median barrier. And 26 has really heavy traffic no matter the time of day.
And he says the pig really won't move. Every time he tried to get out, the pig would just run up the median barrier. Pig kind of doubled back, and that's when Trooper Bullitt was able to grab the pig.
And then people online were not pleased with the way that he had grabbed the pig. So he grabbed it by its hind legs, but he grew up on a farm and he says that was the safest way to get the pig to safety. And guess what? That pig is now living happily with a deputy. I don't have any bacon jokes, just a happy ending.
I'm sure Charlie does.
I guess you could say he saved the pig's bacon. Anyone?
Okay.
Anyone?
I think Manda and I are on the same page.
Okay, Ted Beener, you have some water safety things to talk about in just a couple of minutes, right?
I do, yes.
All right, stay tuned. It's Seattle's Morning News at 8:46.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission. Free delivery. Angel of the Winds Arena Everett. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
If you've been thinking about surgery or even joint replacement, here's something to consider. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've talked to over 100 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and many of them have told me about life-changing results. Their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, and they're back to hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids and the grandkids, and they're doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician. He has over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So, listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
When the heat's an 11, cool AC would be heaven.
Dayandnight.net.
Some AC you'll be loving
When your house is an oven. Dayandnight.net.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Call now to get 10% off an air conditioner or heat pump. Plus, no payments or interest for a year OAC.
Dayandnight.net.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's Morning News, wherever you are.
So I'm just hanging out during the commercial break, and I look over there, and there's Manda putting on a life jacket. Manda, is there something you know that I don't know?
Got to be safe.
Is there a flood danger in here?
You never know what's going to happen in this studio.
This is actually a very good point about holiday safety on the water. You are talking about very cold water. Ted Beener, you are here, and this is something you brought in for Amanda to model on our YouTube feed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There she is. She's standing up and showing that.
Look how nice and compact they are now these days.
And
easy to put on.
How heavy do you think that is?
I don't know. Pound and a half?
Yeah, it's
maybe?
very lightweight. So
if
you're on a human-powered boat or vessel, you know, like a kayak or paddleboard, canoe, whatever the case may be, very comfortable to wear that. And I appreciate you modeling that because according to Washington State Parks Boating Safety Group, we've had 16 recreational boating fatalities already this year. And last year at this point, we only had 6. And most of those are because people are not wearing life jackets. So here we are heading into a nice holiday weekend. People will be out on the water. The screaming message here is wear the life jacket. And that includes not only the adults, serve as an example also for the kids, and make sure it's a properly fitting life jacket for the kids.
You know, I always talk to my kids about wearing helmets. This is also just one of those things you just need to reinforce with them as they go out, if they're out with friends or whatever. Wear a life jacket.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And a lot of the state parks that are adjacent to waterways, they have life jackets that you can borrow.
Yeah, little stations, right?
Yeah, take it out for the day, bring it back so other people can use it. Another way to stay safe.
And if you're all wearing them, none of you will feel that conscious of I'm looking a little nerdy or overly safe. So everybody put one on. It's fine.
They're
it's
so
fine.
compact now. Remember they used to be huge, orange, and bulky?
Yeah, those big monster Coast Guard things.
Keeping me warm in here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Very
Ted.
nice.
So let's go from the water to the land. The weather, we've been really dry lately. You are a meteorologist. So just give us an idea of what kind of conditions we're looking at and how concerned you are.
Well, I've been following the lack of rainfall we've had so far this year. So at SeaTac Airport, and I know many people live near SeaTac unless you're in Federal Way, but they're close to 6 inches behind for the year. Olympia is 9 inches behind. Everett is more than 12 inches behind, and out in Forks, we've all been there. It's a wet place.
This is astonishing to me.
They're more than 20 inches behind for the year. It's amazing. So much of Washington state is abnormally dry, or some areas are considered in moderate drought, and we've got campfires being restricted. Charlie?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things I do is I always bust out the propane fireplace when I'm out camping this time of year. I know it's not as fun as a wood fireplace, but it sure is easy to put out, and you don't have that risk of it spreading.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, what are we going to do this holiday weekend? We're going to have fun with fireworks. So those neighborhood shows, make sure you have plenty of water. That hose is there, the bucket, whatever the case may be, in case an errant firework gets into grass or dry grass or brush, and it starts something, you can battle it right away before it becomes a big problem.
We're keeping an eye on that wildfire that's burning near Chelan right now that just exploded 2,000 acres already since yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere.
Well, it's being fanned by strong winds because we've got the marine air, and that big push up and over the Cascades is driving that.
Okay, last question for you before we go to traffic. If it's that dry in Forks, do vampires and werewolves have any risk of dehydration?
They absolutely do. In fact, they're sucking water from somewhere, right?
All right. So, Ted, thank you for that. And let's transition over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
All right, I'll put that hat on real quick. This traffic report is brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup. On northbound 405, just north of I-90, the crash there is moved over to the left shoulder. It's actually over in the construction area now, and all lanes are open, and that backup is slowly but surely easing. Otherwise, it is Getaway Thursday ahead of the holiday weekend, and I'm pleased to report the ferries are on schedule at this moment. Head out there if you're heading that way. Most roadways are moving near the speed limit. By late this morning, though, that's going to be a different story as more people hit the road. Yet there do have some areas of slowing at this moment, such as northbound I-5 from Marlboro into downtown, northbound 405 through the Renton curves into Newcastle, and we've got some brake lights going over eastbound State Route 18 across Tiger Mountain to I-90. Drive times? Auburn to Renton is wonderful at just 12 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, though, that is a half hour. Better Way to Seattle is east to 32 minutes. And coming in from Snohomish County, Everett to Seattle or Bellevue are both just under a half hour. Subaru of Puyallup has you covered with over 300 new Subarus on the lot. Come in now so you can secure today's pricing on tomorrow's car at Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership. I'm Ted Beener with KIRO Newsradio, real-time traffic.
Thank you, Ted. Hope you have a great holiday. It's going to be beautiful this weekend. For today, some sunshine by afternoon, 72, but pretty cloudy until then. Partly sunny for tomorrow for the holiday, 75, and then through the weekend, highs will be in the mid and upper 70s, partly to mostly sunny, warming up back into the 80s for the first part of next week. It's 57 in Seattle right now.
All right, coming up, we will have the latest from CBS News as lawmakers debate the president's tax bill. And then we'll get local reaction from G and Ursula on the G and Ursula Show. You can text them at 888-973-5476. Thanks for listening today and have a happy 4th.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix, A, mix, A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix, A.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I was taking my side hustle full time.
Bold move, my friend.
And I needed to find everything in one stop.
Like finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Yes, so I hit the Staples Easy button. Staples had everything for a new office and print services for signs and brochures. Plus, Cindy, the Staples associate, helped me find the best tech for me.
Wait, no drama?
No, Staples made it easy.
For the products, services, and experts your business needs. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of sitting on your suitcase? 2 words, packing cubes. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway, an alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Now open and free through summer.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become